What's going on, Internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect Podcast. I am your hip hop and gaming news source with a little bit of R&B mixed in. Now, of course, when it comes to an update regarding the podcast, we are on track to accumulate 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. So definitely clap it up for y'all for that. And also, as far as the podcast as a whole, we're averaging 150 to 160,000 weekly downloads. So just from a overview perspective, y'all support has been felt tremendously. And let me tell you that it is never taken for granted, and I am beyond appreciative. So that is indeed the update that I have for y'all. Is the masses are definitely coming out and supporting in droves. So I really appreciate that. And to show my appreciation, another episode of Notorious Mass Effect, numbered 138, and of course the focal point of this entire episode, because I do admit the last episode was a little hip-hop heavy, but I don't apologize, because of course the greatest rap battle in our lifetime happened. And when I say our lifetime, I know the old people out there probably feel offended, but it's alright, you know what I mean? Y'all get past it one day. But the greatest rap battle in our lifetime occurred, which is why the last episode was so heavy into the hip-hop talk and hip-hop side of things, because usually I try to keep it leveled some, sort of. For the most part, I try to keep it balanced. But of course, for episode 137, it was literally titled What's Beef, and I went through every single beef that up to current day. So for this episode, I'm not going to say it's going to be the opposite, but man, do we have a lot to talk about when it comes to gaming. And it's not even in the sense of wanting to force a topic, because of course, I never do that. It's more of just reviewing everything that's went on in the gaming space, because if you don't know, there's been the Xbox Game Showcase, there's been Summer Games Fest, there's been the Ubisoft Forward, whatever they call their showcase. So that's 3 conferences right there that we're covering in one episode. And not to mention the spin-offs of those conferences that did tremendous numbers on YouTube, Twitter. I mean, my Killer Bean Call of Duty segment should be out and going crazy at this point, but those were some of the biggest standouts amongst the entire showcase of games. But boy, do we have a lot of games to get into. And it's very exciting to be a gamer in 2024. Because, of course, last year put up a roster. What was it, 2022? Or last year? I think last year, in totality, could be one of the better games as far as the release schedule. I mean, we got Mario and Zelda in 1 year. We got every fighting game in 1 year. Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken. We received Baldur's Gate, which a lot of people say is one of the better games ever released. Receive Armored Core. How can I forget Spider-Man, even though that game let me down, as a personal fan. Still have to say Spider-Man. Just so many games, right? 2023 is still one of the better games ever as far as video game history. But this year, it's a little lackluster. I'm not gonna lie. So it was refreshing and definitely surprising to see the amount of games shown that are coming out soon. Not just shown and the release date is 2026, but shown and is coming out soon. So I'm very excited to talk about that. Of course, on the hip hop side of things, we still have a lot to get into, because I don't know if y'all know, but there's a lot of things that's bubbling up as far as this Kendrick and Drake beef. If y'all thought this beef was over, this may not be over for a long time. Let's just put it like that, to avoid the mortality, one of those words. But to avoid addressing that, let's just say this beef is going to be the focal point of their entire lifetime. I'm talking about Drake and Kendrick. So of course we're going to get into that. Also, Universal Music Group has returned to TikTok, so we're going to touch on that. And then the biggest thing for this episode on the music side is Pharrell Williams is dropping a biopic, a Lego biopic. Now, what in the world type of creativity leads you to come up with that idea? Because that is beyond genius. I can't wait to watch it. I know a lot of older people are like, I'm not going to watch no Lego movie. It's literally about hip hop. I don't get it, man. People, it's like wearing the color pink. You know what I'm saying? You wear the color pink. I know for some people, they're trying to showcase something as far as, what they prefer. But what if somebody just trying to wear pink? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why Cameron blew up wearing pink when back then it was looked at a certain way. Because, back then they used to let the F-bomb fly. No type of censorship. Anyways, I don't know. Why'd I go on that? Oh, the Lego movie. So, yeah. All that to say, I will definitely, indeed, be watching the Lego movie. And I can't wait to get into it. Because I just think, from a creativity standpoint, having a Lego movie is one thing. But having it be in a biopic about Pharrell Williams, who's had his hands on so many different iconic projects, like the likes of Kanye, Snoop Dogg, Jay-Z, Kendrick. The list goes on and on and on. But the one thing I kept hearing from insiders is that Pharrell Williams needs to pay Chad. Now, of course, Chad is half of the Neptunes. The way Pharrell grew up, he was part of the Neptunes. It was him, Pharrell Williams, and then there was Chad. I forget Chad's last name. Well, I'll talk about it more when I get into it. But basically, that's a big thing going on behind the scenes about, one half of the group getting all the shine and not really giving the correct proceeds to his half of the creative side, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's basically it. So 138, I mean, obviously, that's not it. I mean, we got so much more to get into, but that's the focal point of the gaming and the music side of episode 138. And of course, before we get into episode 138, which will be titled Summer Game Fest 2024, with the emphasis on the question, did Xbox Game Pass dominate? So, of course, I wanted to get into more of a routine and letting y'all know who affects the masses the best when it comes to analytic and dreamlike analytics. Because if you think about it, statistically speaking, one of y'all have listened to this album, listened to this song, or listened to this video or played this video game if you own the respective console, because of the massive effect it's had on just the culture, respectively, gaming and music considered. So that being said, let's start with a little gaming, right? For my PC players out there, of course, Counter-Strike 2 is still at the top with a whopping 854,000 daily players and a 24-hour peak of 1.4 million. Now, if that's not insane, I don't know what is. Also, Dota 2 players now has around 385,000 with a 24-hour peak of 735,000. So that's the second most played game on Steam. Obviously, I'm not going to read off all of these numbers. I just wanted to read off those two because there's a big discrepancy in numbers from the first to second. Counter-Strike 2 at 854,000. Dota 2 at 385,000. Then we have Banana, which is it seems like a brand new game. That's in the top 3 as far as most played PC games, with a count of 240,000 people playing that game. Then you have PUBG Battlegrounds at around 129,000 as far as the 24-hour count. And then, of course, to round off the top 5 of the most played games by PC players, you have Apex Legends with 123,000 recurring every single day. So with that being said, let's move on from PC gamers. Once again, if you want me to reiterate that list, Counter-Strike 2, Dota, Banana, PUBG Battlegrounds, and Apex Legends are the best PC games as far as affecting the masses. All right, so let's get into Xbox. For my Xbox gamers out there, I know a lot of people say y'all don't play games, and time again, y'all prove them right. As just like every single time I go to this list is basically sports games and Call of Duty. So the top 5, surprisingly, Hypercharged Unboxed is in the top 5. That is interesting, and there's no sports game in the top 5 for Xbox. So hey, shout out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Instead of playing both of the games that they say you only playing one of them for this week. So for this month. So of course, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2, Hypercharged Unboxed, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Minecraft is the top 5 sellers for Xbox players. So those are the top 5 Xbox games when it comes to affecting the masses. Then let's get into PlayStation games, because boy, let me tell y'all, when it comes to exclusives, y'all play none of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine having an exclusive. Imagine if Spider-Man was exclusive to the PlayStation and less than 5% of PS5 owners played the game. Imagine that, right? Well, anyways, that was actually reality. But even though it sold well, I'm talking about in totality, who in the world is buying a PS5 and not a Spider-Man game? But hey, Call of Duty players, that's who. So there's nothing wrong with Call of Duty. I just like to poke fun at people, trying to say they're gamers and only play one game. Like, it's okay to be a casual gamer. There's nothing wrong with it. Just don't claim other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I was trying to find. I had the list. I literally had the list, and then it went away. Let's see. I think it's right here. I don't know why it's taking me so long. It's probably because I was hating, right? I was talking all that stuff. Now it won't show me the best sellers. Yeah, I think we may have to move on from that one, buddies. See, that was Yeah, they said they don't want to show me this one. That's crazy. I think in general, maybe because I'm specifically on PS5. I think that's right. I think that is why. Of course, they're only promoting their exclusives, but I'm trying to see what's the best sellers. Man, I feel like Cat Williams right now. Like I shouldn't have been talking stuff. Oh my goodness, I finally found it. All right. So the top 5 games that PlayStation players are currently playing is, of course, Call of Duty. And it's weird because it just says Call of Duty. So maybe it's like a preloading effect where you have like multiple different Call of Duties in one save or whatever. Because it's literally, it's just Call of Duty. And it's showcasing the Black Ops 6 cover. And I know that's not out. That doesn't come out to like October, I believe. So surprised by that. But it's probably just accounting all the other Call of Duties. Because I'm pretty sure PlayStation does that where they bundle different editions of Call of Duty. Anyways, Fortnite is number 2. NBA 2K24 is number 3. Destiny 2 is number 4. And then Diablo 4 is number 5. So those are the best games on PlayStation when it comes to affecting the masses. And then, of course, can't leave my mobile gamers out there. I told you I was going to keep talking about y'all, right? You know what I'm saying? I told you I was going to do better. You know what I mean? One of the biggest things with mobile gaming is that it's a growing phenomenon with the evolution of technology. So I wanted to give y'all respect and highlight mobile game industry a lot more. So, anyways, the most popular games on mobile is Roblox, Marvel Contest of Champions, Cookie Run Kingdom, Squad Busters, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Dragonair, I think it's Dragonair, Silent Gods, Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious, and Pokemon Go. That's not the top 5, is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Goodness, I can't count. Goodness gracious. Why ain't nobody stop me? No, I just play. All right, so the top 5 games officially is Roblox, Marvel Contest of Champions, Cookie Run Kingdom, Squad Busters, and Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So those are the best mobile games when it comes to affecting the masses. And of course, let's transition into a little music with the top 5 albums and top 5 singles being consumed right now. And guess who's at number 1? I mean, shouldn't be hard to guess at this point. Taylor Swift is at number 1 once again, with the Tortured Poets Department selling about 146,000. This album has been out. How long has this album been out? Nah, now I gotta do the math, because this is ridiculous. Like, who in the world still sells that when the album, let me see, the album has been out for about 7 weeks. I think the album's been out for 7 weeks, maybe less. Seems like it's been out 7 weeks. But who in the world is still putting up these type of numbers when you've already been out for like 7 weeks? So anyways, yeah, Taylor Swift is at number 1 with the Tortured Poets Department. Billie Eilish, another unsurprising showcase of dominance analytically, is number 2 with Hit Me Hard and Soft. Atez is number 3 with The Golden Hour Part 1. Morgan Wallen is at number 4 with One Thing at a Time. And then Shabuzi is surprisingly at number 5 with Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going. Now, technically, this album just came out, so I'm not trying to discredit Shabuzi at all, because that's one of my favorite albums of this year. I'll just tell y'all right now. But him being at number 5 isn't indicative of where he's going to be like 2 to 3 weeks from now. It's his first week. Like it's his first week debuting. So, of course, the numbers are going to be the highest that he could put up. So, yeah. But he is at number 5, so congrats to him. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people look at first week sales as far as one to be number 1. But when Taylor Swift is showing no signs of coming off of number 1, then that probably is making a lot of big artists hesitant to drop, because y'all really think somebody could drop and get a number 1 right now when Taylor Swift is consistently putting up 140 plus thousand? No, right? So, anyways, yeah. With that being said, then we move into the singles So those were the top 5 albums when it comes to affecting the masses. I think I read it off, but if not, let me read it off again. So you have Taylor Swift, the Tortured Poets Department at number 1. Then you have Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft at number 2. And then you have, you know what's so funny? I literally clicked out of it and I was doing it by memory, and was waiting for it to pull up while I did it by memory. And guess what? It did not pull up. So, yeah, while it's doing that, we just gonna go on to the tracks. So, that's crazy. Technology, right? So anyways, number 1, Taylor Swift, the Tortured Poets Department. Number 2, Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft. Number 3, Atez, Golden Hour, Part 1. Atez? I don't know who that is. Number 4, Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. And then number 5, Shabuzi, Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going. So those are the top 5 albums when it comes to affecting the masses. And of course, for the singles, number 1, we have for 4 weeks. It's been 4 weeks. Stayed at number 1, still at number 1. I Had Some Help with Post Malone and Morgan Wallen. Number two is no surprise. Eminem, the great white hope of hip hop, with his track Houdini being at number 2. Tommy Richmond, the great white privilege of hip hop, with Million Dollar Baby. And then you have Shabuzi with the bar song, in parentheses, Tipsy, at number 4. And then the ultimate diss to my favorite rapper, Not Like Us, by Kendrick Lamar. That's at number 5. And it's been at it's been on the charts for about 5 weeks and peaked at number 1. So out of all the top 5 tracks I just listed, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us is the only other track to peak at number 1. So to go back over my list, I had some help with Post Malone, Morgan Wallen, Houdini by Eminem, Million Dollar Baby with Tommy Richmond, a bar song by Shabuzi, and then Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. Those are the top 5 songs when it comes to affecting the masses with a single track. So with that being said, of course, and we can stop it right there. But before we get into that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio and access my social media and follow to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, for the people listening on podcast platforms, make sure to rate this 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, let's get into the first topic, which is an intriguing one, as we're talking about the GOAT and how he may own a percentage of every musician's royalties. Now, before y'all kill me, let me just say, I did not make or collect all of this information to disseminate to the public. Real Almighty is the one to blame for that. Now, I do claim to be a Drake stan, but let me tell you something. If somebody else out there who is also an OVO warrior puts together some facts that are undeniable, I feel like it's my due diligence to just let the public do what they will with the information. Right? So anyways, of course, about to get into Drake, the GOAT, maybe owning a percentage of every other artist publishing. And before you say it's conspiracy theory, we have a lot of stats, him and I, because I'm going to preface it with some of the things I want to say. And basically, we're going to put the pieces together like Almighty said. Because let me tell you something, to preface before we get into what he has to say about Drake owning a lot of other people's masters, I want y'all to look up, and this is not free promo, or I mean technically it is free promo, so it's not promo. But Joe Budden and Larry Jackson had an interview, and if you don't go listen to that, let me tell you, you're not a music. I'm not gonna say music fan because that's a little harsh. But let me tell you, Larry Jackson, for the period of time, has influenced the popular music to the point where if you don't go through Larry Jackson, it's very difficult to reach certain heights. It's a reason why you look up Larry Jackson, you look at his status in the industry as far as his actual professional titles, and you realize that this man is in a league of his own. Because I don't think y'all understand. This is the owner. We're not going to get into that just yet, but let me just say, Larry Jackson has had a hand in a lot of publishing deals. Let's just say that. So anyways, starting off with Drake. Drake is a part of OVO sound label, of course. And one of the biggest thing about Drake is he started off in 2012 as far as the OVO label, along with Noah 40 and Oliver. And we're just gonna call him Oliver because I don't know what the last name is. Not trying to be funny. And then OVO stands for October Very Own. I don't know why I had to, preface that, but I guess if there's no Drake fans out there, which if you're a Kendrick fan, then let me just say, I mean, technically you're welcome. I mean, I guess, right? No, so with that being said, I think the biggest thing is for you to know that Party Next Door, Majid Jordan, Roy Woods, Division, Baka Not Nice, Popcorn, Smiley, and Naomi Sharon are all part of that label. The funny thing with that is, as a Drake stan, I'm also a critic at the end of the day. So I guess I'm not too much of a stan. But how many of those appearances from Drake have you seen on any of these OVO artists in the past 2 to 3 years besides Party Next Door? My point exactly. So, anyways, let's keep going. He's not making money off his own artists under his label. They're basically just there to write music for him and make him even richer. So that out of the way, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, if somebody wants to be a writer, which personally, if that was a job for itself to be a writer for someone and get paid like 100, 200, 300,000 salary yearly, I mean, at that point, I'll be a ghostwriter. You know what I'm saying? But for some people, they prefer to be the one on the forefront getting the praise for their creativity, which I think getting praise from the right people is important. But for the public who really don't know too much, it really doesn't matter. So, anyways, Drake currently owns his master recordings of his entire music catalog. And why would that be a big deal? Because this includes licensing, distribution, re-releases, anything he wants. Back in 2022, signed an unthinkable deal of over 400 million. And this is like from industry people. This is like from insiders. You know how Woj and Shams, it's like from them of the hip hop industry. Described it to be over 400 million and one of the biggest music deals in history, comparing the deal to when Michael Jackson signed to Sony that was valued over about like 250 million. And obviously that was a lot of money back then because inflation and stuff. You got to keep that in mind. But so yeah, Drake signed one of the greatest deals ever in music. So with that being said, comes a lot of vitriol and hatred, which is what you're seeing now with the Kendrick, teaming up like the Avengers, but everybody giving the credit to Kendrick. So I'm gonna try not to be too much of a Drake stan. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, Drake is under Republic. No. He's under UMG, like I just said. But the thing with that is that he also is supposedly an owner, a partner, I should say, of Gamma. If you don't know, Gamma is under UMG with more creative vision, I would say, because Larry Jackson is at the helm. So I'm pretty confident saying that they have better creative vision. And they have signed artists like The Weeknd, Rick Ross, Nav, Metro Boomin, and Kendrick Lamar. Keep in mind all those names I just listed out, right? Who's been going at Drake and teaming up to go at Drake. They're all under Gamma, not UMG, the subdivision of Gamma. No. They're not under UMG, they're under Gamma, which is a subdivision of UMG. So it's not even a broad scope because UMG has a lot of subdivisions. They're under the same subdivision that's reportedly given Drake certain ownership rights as far as percentage deals from other artists. But anyways, let's keep going. So those are the artists, right? There's a lot more, but those are the ones I want to focus on. So then you have Drake from his mixtape days, talking about owning his masters and securing major deals. But the thing that happened was that Drake started to rap about having a slice of the pie, right? He stopped rapping about splits or bags up front. He started talking about having equity and started talking about how, oh, I need a percentage of that instead of just a fee. Because let me go. Okay, one of the Drake tracks, I forget what it was called. It wasn't part of. Let's see if I can find it. I think it was lemon pepper freestyle. Let me see. Lemmer, lemmer. What in the world? What is that? Lemon pepper freestyle. All right. I don't know what flavor lemmer is. Y'all look that up and let me find out. Like, what in the world? All right. So here we go. Lemon pepper freestyle. I think he rapped about it. He did. Wait, hold up. Is this the right one? Hold up, I'm typing. He did. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right. So Drake on Lemon Pepper Freestyle, as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, so Drake said 360 up front, it all comes full circle, talking about his previous deals. Class photograph, Sandy had me on my Urkel. Patty Mahomes about to fall short a couple hundred. Signed, sealed, delivered. I messed, you know, it's a PG podcast, so I'll take out the cuss words. I messed up the notary public. She witnessed me sign off on some undeniable numbers. Yeah, set I make a set sale in Croatia to get the leverage. Groundskeeper cutting the grass and clipping the hedges. I took 2 mil out the cage in the desert. And then he kept going. I think he's talking about. Okay, so the full circle lines is basically what I wanted to talk about. So the whole 360 up front, it all comes full circle, is more of a hint at his deal and what's all in encapsulated in it. As far as a 360 what it does mean for Drake, touring, dropping music, merch, everything comes back to him. That's what 360 deal means. Like everything your brand brings as far as face value, you get profits off of instead of the label trying to recoup off of the front they gave you for the 360 deal, right? Usually labels give artists who are up and coming 360 deals so they can recoup. Drake's obviously going to recoup solely off of the music, so he gets more of a leash when it comes to earning from other venues because they're not as pressed about making their return on investment because they are going to. So, anyways, that's one of the things I wanted to bring up, but that's not the biggest point I was talking about. So I'm just saying that Drake has rapped about it before. He's always given us hints at his deal. You just got to put the pieces together because I don't know if y'all know, but I mean, you have to sign an NDA for these type of deals. You can, even Larry Jackson said he can't disclose certain information when talking about deals because he spoke on Four Bats, spoke on Sexy Red. Really insightful interview. I can't promote that Joe Budden, Larry Jackson interview enough. But basically, he really got into the crucible of how deals are made and how they're performed or how they're executed. He kind of talked from like an ownership perspective. Usually people hype up these celebrities in the music industry and they're just the players. Larry Jackson is an owner, to put it in perspective, which is why you should watch that interview because he really gives it up. Masterful interview by Joe Budden. I think it's on his Patreon. I don't know when he's gonna put it on YouTube. But anyways, so yeah, he sparked that theory with Drake getting splits from all the UMG artists, and I already listed off the roster as far as under Gamma, because if you don't know, I said Rick Ross under Gamma, Nav is under UMG, Weekends under UMG, Metro's under UMG, Kendrick's under UMG. Like, think about what I'm saying here. You know what I mean? It's a very interesting list I'm talking about. And then Gamma is owned by Larry Jackson. If you listen to the interview, he basically talked like Drake was a partner of Gamma. It wasn't like, oh, we went out and signed him. Drake helped him create Gamma. What does that sound like? Anyways, it's reported that Drake is supposed to cultivate talent for Gamma, which is why Sexy Red being under Gamma makes so much sense because Drake can't stop being seen with Sexy Red. You think it's just because he's trying to pop, you know what, with her, like Kendrick alluded to, but it's literally because Drake makes money off of Sexy Red being successful. So, anyways, and another thing I wanted to point at is that most of the artists on Gamma, Drake has promoted. Because why in the world would Drake promote a Rick Ross and Meek Mill album, as you can see right here? Why would he promote this? What is the reason to promote a Rick Ross and Meek Mill album if you're Drake? Think about it. Like, really think about it. What is the reason to promote a Meek Mill and Rick Ross album that you're not even on? Drake hardly promotes his own music. And he's out here promoting what seemingly is just random artists off the strength. I know what y'all saying. Oh, it's Rick Ross and Meek Mill. Meek Mill just finished selling 6,000 copies first week. Like first week. Very first week. This album with Rick Ross's and Meek Mill's fan base combined did about 30,000 first week. Obviously, I may be off a little bit. It may be higher, like 36, 40,000. Anyways, combining two fan bases like Meek Mill and Rick Ross, it was not to the point where Drake had to be like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Like, he was promoting this for a reason. So, with Ross partnering in Gamma back in September 2023, and then his collab album with Meek Mill coming a month later, it adds credence to the case that Drake owns or split off of the artist under Gamma's music. And when I'm gonna keep going back to the Joe Budden and Larry Jackson, the only reason I think this conspiracy holds weight is because Larry Jackson never said no. The way he answered the question was in a way of, I can't talk about clients' deals, but what I can do is break down how Gamma was created. He basically, it was a very masterful smoke and mirrors way of saying Drake is a partner. Well, what do partners usually get if they helped create a company? Anyways, let's keep going. So Drake, throughout the years, is seemingly poking fun at having splits on these rappers under UMG. Talking about how you need to drop and give me 50, which comes back to a whole line you think it was directed at Kendrick. But really, if you think about it, now it makes sense why he said the whole drop and give me 50, because it's not only attributed to Kendrick, but Rick Ross, The Weeknd, Metro Boomin, who are all under UMG. Which is why Drake actually keeps comparing him to Michael Jackson when he said on one of his tracks, the man I see in the mirror is actually my reflection, or something like that, talking about Michael Jackson. Like, he said so much stuff about Michael Jackson, talking about being the Michael Jackson of hip hop, right? People just think it's because of analytical stats that he's putting up on Billboard. If you think about it, Michael Jackson bought the ATV catalog back in 1985. He not only acquired the rights to the Beatles, but also to Elvis, Bruce Springsteen, Rolling Stones, Cher and Little Richard, amongst other various artists. So, comes back to why Drake would keep comparing himself to Michael Jackson. So, anyways, that's basically it. I mean, the full details will never be released. At the end of the day, you could just say this as speculative, which, you know, you wouldn't be wrong. It's definitely speculative. But I wanted to put forth some type of facts, some type of information, and let y'all do of it what y'all will. Because at the end of the day, I think the Joe Budden, Larry Jackson interview was so, and I would play it, but, you know, it's Patreon stuff, so probably get taken down if I play it on Spotify. But that interview was so telling, because he was literally asked that question to his face, being the owner of Gamma, who signed these artists, because he used to be part of UMG, so don't get twisted. He still has ties under UMG too. It's not like he just left the company. And he just went into a story on how Drake was the only one who believed in him when he was creating Gamma. Very interesting. That's the only reason I'm giving this whole conspiracy theory any light, because at the end of the day, This is just insane if it's true, and makes so much sense why people would team up to get that one man at the top making earnings off of everybody below him out the game. Makes sense why the Metro album consists of The Weeknd, consists of Kendrick, consists of who else? I think Future. I don't think Future's under UMG. Yeah, I don't think Future is. Maybe he is. I don't know. I gotta look that up. Let me see. I think he's under another label. But anyways, it just makes sense why all these artists are teaming up to get at Drake because they've probably been holding this back for quite some time. Because mind you, I know people be like, "Oh, 2 years is a long time. Why not just do it in 2022?" I mean, it takes time to plot these type of maneuvers. If you ever play, I mean, just the game of life in general, it takes time for things to come to fruition. And he only signed this monumental deal back in 2022, and now I think we're seeing the repercussions of it. Um, so yeah, yeah. If you go to the two albums by Future Metro is Republic Records, a division of UMG Recordings. Everything under Universal Music Group is seemingly all, as far as a certain amount of proceeds, is given back to Drake for the reasons I just stated. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Do you think I'm just straight up tripping? Or do you think that I'm on to something? Well, and Almighty, I don't want to leave him out. The real Almighty, make sure to follow him on Twitter. But do you think we're tripping as Drake fans pointing this out, or do you think we're on to something with Drake owning a percentage of every Universal Music Group artist? Now, didn't I tell y'all that the big bad wolf of the music industry is Universal Music Group? Now, of course, the up to date market share for the entire consumption of music is 54%, a whopping 54% in favor of who? Universal Music Group. So best believe me, when I saw that UMG was pulling the artists from TikTok due to financial disputes and concerns over AI generated content, do y'all not know that consisted of Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, Morgan Wallen, Morgan Wallen again, Future and Metro. I could keep going on, right? And of course Drake, Post Malone. Like I could just keep going, like for days about the amount of impactful artists they have under UMG and how if Universal Music Group wanted to, they could create their own music app. But of course, as far as monopoly laws, I believe there has to be something in place for Universal not to be able to do that, or else I think they would have done it already. So, anyways, Universal Music Group. Well, I say all that to say, TikTok, like I predicted, has came back and said, you know what, Universal, let's actually work out something. You know what I mean? Instead of acting like we're all right with you taking away all of your artists from our platform, let's try to come up with a deal that works for everybody. So, anyways, fast forward to today, Universal Music Group and TikTok have signed a multi-dimensional licensing agreement. Basically, UMG's catalog, including music from Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny, Adele, will return, finally, back to TikTok. So, as far as the benefits, I don't believe we'll ever see the specific details of the contract because usually contracts on that scale has some sort of NDA and stipulations in place where if you break the NDA, you'll probably go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So we'll probably never see the specifics. But as far as a broad overview, the agreement aims to enhance remuneration for UMG's songwriters and artists. New promotional and engagement opportunities will be created. Industry leading protections against unauthorized AI generated content will be implemented. So no longer will somebody be able to say, I'm a artist A, and they sound exactly like Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point, they're gonna have to step in and be like, hey, you're using AI, we gotta shut you down. Because if you don't know, TikTok is one of the most influential apps when it comes to popular music in today's age. TikTok, I would go as far as to say, is the new Spinrilla, SoundCloud, Deezer, Audio Mac. Like TikTok really, really will blow up an artist without any major label budget. I always say independent artists can never, I mean ever, compete with major label artists on the charts simply because of the machine backing them. If we were to compare music to baseball, everybody is on steroids. Major labels just help you purchase more of the steroids to use for a longer period of time. And being an independent, you can't really put up that cost versus a major label. That's a simplified version, of course. Anyways, AI and online safety was very intriguing to me because technically, the whole AI development and involvement in the music industry is trending towards protecting certain music created by AI with the proper compensation to the actual artist. So with that being said, that was one of the plights that UMG was talking about, even though I just believe they was trying to bully TikTok just like they did Spotify, just like they did Apple, like they do every DSP, because who's going to say no to somebody who has Drake, Taylor Swift, Post Malone, Bad Bunny, like Adele in their back pocket, you know? So anyways, I think that's the premise of why they took the artists away. They was like, you're not giving us a share of the pie? Do you not know who I am? And they just walked away. And TikTok was like, no, please come back. Please come back. So, now we got this deal. So, anyways, the CEO of Universal Music Group, Lucian Grange, remember that name, Lucian Grange, emphasized the focus on music value, human artistry, and creative community welfare. And then, of course, Xiao Chu came out again to, basically retort what he previously said as far as it not being a big deal that Universal took the artists away. And so the CEO of TikTok, Xiao Chu, came back out and highlighted the importance of UMG's music in TikTok's ecosystem. Very interesting, right? A little change of tone from the previous deal not going through. And basically, he said that the commitment to mutual growth and engagement is why this deal happened. PR jargon that you gotta see through, because this game is filled with smoke and mirrors. That's why I pride myself on being able to give you the real on what they're saying and not really give you the sugar coated words that they're using. TikTok they ultimately had to bend the knee to the king of music, which is Universal Music Group. They tried to act like they was bigger than a program, and guess what? That program almost got taken away, and it still might get taken away, as I believe the U.S. government is still on their tail. You know what I'm saying? Like if they don't divest ownership to U.S. companies, it's over for ByteDance, which is the parent company of TikTok. So if they don't divest, it's over. And I believe they have like 3 to 4 more months before they come to just ultimately being excluded from the U.S. market, which is a bad thing for all independent creators as far as musically. I used to say it's not that big of a deal, but musically, because as far as creating, you're not gonna make a living on TikTok. Even the 1% of the 1%, you look at them. It's not like the NBA where you can see everybody just balling out on the millions and millions of dollars, right? If you're a TikToker who makes a lot of money, it's serviceable. But as far as the mansions, the yachts, the huge lifestyle that you see of streamers, musicians, ball players, it's not really like that. And I know the 1% of 1% will probably come out and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. I get money. I get money. You know what I'm saying? But very small percent. So if it is one of those type of people who's saying they have a lot of money from TikTok, it would have to be like the Miles Morales NPC type lane where they're just saying something over and over while getting donations. Not knocking that lane in the slightest. I'm not. I'm just saying that's the only lane I've seen people garner real money quickly on TikTok. Cause think about it. If you're an advertiser, who would you go to? And it's gonna sound crazy because I'm on a podcast. Would you go to a podcaster who keeps people's attention span for hours at a time, or would you put your promotional dollars into a 6-second video? Y'all think about that, right? So, anyways, that's why I say that. So, with TikTok facing the music, literally, with letting Universal Music artists back on the platform, they still have this issue of potentially facing legislative actions by the U.S. regarding its parent company, ByteDance, having to divest ownership. So even though this UMG TikTok deal has went through, that's not the main focus of TikTok. Like, you know what they say, we got bigger fish to fry? TikTok has way bigger fish to fry with the actual government. And when they get involved, best believe, they not bowing down and they not playing. So anyways, my personal thoughts on UMG and TikTok coming to a deal, or coming to an agreement, some sort of settle, some sort of common ground, is that I don't want to be pessimistic, but it's not the best news for independent artists. Let me just put it like that. So it's still possible, I would say, to blow up as an independent artist on TikTok. But now you would get back in. Now the major machine is back in play as far as funneling dollars into a system that organically creates buzz. So organic buzz, a plus dollars from a major label, is going to make the game even harder to break into if you're an independent artist. So that's my personal take. So with that out the way, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Universal Music Group and TikTok coming to an actual licensing agreement? And what is your biggest takeaway from the TikTok fiasco, not only with Universal, but the United States government?
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna give you some real insight as you hearing this first. They drop Family Matters, and I text him. I'm like, this ain't it. He's like,
at all.
I'm like, this ain't gonna get it. I was like, man, it's time to step on his head. He was like, say less. I'm thinking we just text. It ain't nothing deep like that. Right. I go to the bathroom. I come back. The motherfucking song is uploaded. I said, wait. I text him like, nigga, you already. He's like, man, I've been waiting for this nigga to drop something. So he didn't even know what he was going against. Man, Drake shot a video and all this shit, man.
Went
That boy was sitting at the
Dodge
crib.
Caravan.
Boom. You listen.
Suck the life out of the whole moment for Drake.
Sometimes you just gotta know.
Man, sometimes you just gotta pop out and. So, anyways, Kendrick Lamar and his vitriol towards my favorite rapper, some would say is justified. As a Drake fan, not gonna lie, the man took you on tour. May have took some other things, but at the end of the day, he gave you your first opportunity in front of a large crowd when it comes to performing. So fast forward to 2024, because seemingly, look up Drake Buried Alive interlude. Drake literally spelled it out because people don't even realize that was part of the back and forth with the beef track. Well, the beef hip hop tracks. Like, that's in the midst of the entire back and forth. People just thought it went from Family Matters to the Heart Part 6. But it went from Family Matters, Buried Alive interlude was dropped at the same time. But you know why it wasn't appreciated along with Family Matters? Because this man, Kendrick Lamar, he was sitting, he was plotting, and he was waiting. You know, the game of chess teaches you that whatever move you make, you better be ready to counter that move with 2 to 3 others. And best believe me, he countered Family Matters in the perfect way the most perfect way possible, because everybody forgets that track, which I still to this day believe is the best track throughout the hip hop battle amongst the two titans that we have in hip hop today. The greatest hip hop battle in our lifetime. For the older crowd out there, don't feel slighted. It's all right. So anyways, the real reason of the segment is to highlight Kendrick Lamar's show out in Kia Forum, Inglewood, Los Angeles. And you might be wondering, I wouldn't mind going out to LA to see a Kendrick show, because mind you, he's done touring. He's not really doing too much right now. This is the first time he'll be out live to perform the diss track. And guess what day this event fell upon? June 19th. Now, for all my fellow black people out there, you already know what Juneteenth is about. But to give the actual historical definition, let me put y'all on game. You know what I'm saying? What did Kendrick say? Bear with me for a second, because I'm finna put y'all on some game. Juneteenth is a holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. It is observed annually. On what date, you might ask? June 19th. The day marks the moment when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas in 1865, taking control of the state and ensuring that all enslaved people were freed. Can I get an amen? Interestingly, this occurred 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln. Juneteenth is considered the longest running African American holiday. In fact, it is officially became a federal holiday in 2021. Tap your neighbor and say, I know that's right. So anyways, getting back into Kendrick Lamar's The Pop Out Show with Ken and friends. I wonder who those friends consist of. All I ask is that it doesn't consist of Kanye, because I'll tell you one thing. Kanye is going to get on that stage and make it all about him. So please don't invite Kanye. He will get on that stage and tell you that he's the reason that hip-hop even exists. Forget everybody else who came before him. He would get up on that stage and say he is Jesus, the Messiah himself. I kid you not. So don't bring Kanye to the stage, because mind you, even though I am a Drake stan, I can't wait to watch this, as I believe the actual event will be will be streamed, I believe, on Amazon, Twitch, and Prime Video. For those wondering when it will start, the start time is 4 p.m. PT. So, look up 4 p.m. PT and then, convert it to your time zone. So that being said, the overall sentiment that I have when it comes to this pop-out show is I can't wait. I do believe this is going to be a moment in time, and since it's in the Kia Forum, this may be a hot take. I wouldn't be surprised if Drake himself pops up. Like, what if Drake pops up wearing a Kendrick's Better t-shirt? That would be the best thing possible for Drake, to just lean into the jokes and watch that man call you a pedophile to your face. Because let me tell you, that track is going to go off at least 10 to 20 times in a row. If y'all think I'm joking, I may be understating how many times that track is going to be played. They may mess around and play Not Like Us for majority of the show. He may have the acapella version, the country version, the rock version, the K-pop version, the Latin music version, the Afrobeat version. Like, they may mess around and drop a White Lives Matter version of Not Like Us. You know what I'm saying? Like at this point, all bets are on the table because this man Kendrick is not playing with my favorite rapper, and it's a sight to see. You know, it's definitely a sight to see. I would have preferred Drake come out on the better end when it comes to public perception, because still, personally, I feel like he showed up in battle. You know, for all my Jermaine fans out there, just recognize the fact that Jermaine is still in hip hop timeout. That needs to be stated because he's the one who started this. If I have to take you down memory lane, first person shooter is the exact thing Kendrick was responding to on the pop off track, the pop off verse on Like That. He was literally responding to what J. Cole said about the big three. Drake never said Kendrick is in the big three. It was Jermaine. Then Jermaine just bowed out of the battle. So now Drake has to handle all of this on his own. So that is why, for the foreseeable future, Jermaine is in hip hop timeout because he started a beef that literally his mouth couldn't cash. So that being said, there's really nothing more to get into. I mean, it's a show. Kia Forum, Inglewood, Los Angeles, June 19th, 4 p.m. PT time. It's titled The Pop Out with Ken and Friends. Boy, I'm telling you right now, that show may mess around and cause an earthquake in Los Angeles. And I'm being so serious. So anyways, with that being said, production. Y'all want to know about the production of the show? So it's organized by PG Lang, of course, the label founded by Kendrick Lamar. They're going to have organized free lunch. What if you get into the free lunch line and you get up there and instead, nah, let me chill. I was going to make a 1800s joke, but let me chill. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is if they have a colored only sign, it may be for the reverse reason. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so Kendrick, he's coming out to this show. He's going to shut the whole place down. I advise Drake to show up because it's in the Kia Forum. So I believe, you know, close proximity, he will be able to make a mockery out of it if he wanted to. But of course, with the heavy allegations of being a pedophile that nobody believes, by the way, people were just championing it simply for the fact they wanted Drake to lose in a hip hop battle. But I can't wait. Let's see what happens June 19th, 4 p.m. PT. And at the end of the day, if you're a Kendrick fan, even if you're not a Kendrick fan, this is one of them shows where literally a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Not Like Us, Meet the Grams, Euphoria, what was it, 616 in LA. What else? Just all type of diss tracks towards Drake is just going to be played on repeat, performed on repeat. Mind you, not even played. Like, he's gonna be that man gonna be rapping his heart out. Y'all thought LeBron and Kyrie was the biggest performance ever coming back from 3-1. When Kendrick gets on that stage June 19th at 4 p.m., it's gonna be something else, man. It's gonna be something else. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Kendrick Lamar, the pop out with Ken and Friends? And more importantly, will you be attending? And do you think Drake should show up and also enjoy the concert? Now, of course, we're going to get into everything entailing the Kendrick Lamar pop-out concert. And I'm going to get into my personal sentiments at the end. And they may or may not be heavily influenced by me being a Drake stan. But at the beginning, of course, let's just focus on the facts, because one of the biggest things that I took from this show is that Kendrick's breath control is at another level, or on another level, because the way that he raps, the way that he puts together his words at the live stream or at the live show, the way that he was pausing to gain his breath so he can hit certain other flow of words is a masterclass in itself on how to perform. Because if you notice, he didn't have any backtracking or back vocals as far as when he was rapping. It was just the beat and him. And he first started off with Euphoria, which I believe is like a 6+ minute track, and he rapped the entire thing. I don't think y'all understand how difficult that is. Like, imagine being an actor and 2 to 3 scenes straight, you're performing. Oh, it's like people on Broadway. When you act live in front of a crowd on Broadway, it's exactly like that for music artists. So that is why a lot of newer artists are very lazy with their performances as far as hip hop. That's why, if you notice, only the top of the top can sell out arenas or stadiums as far as hip hop is considered, because we have a very bad stigma of not performing great. And that's due to people playing their vocals in the background and not rapping at all. Like, whenever I watched the performance back, at first I thought they turned off Ty Dolla $ign's mic. I thought it was some technical difficulty. And then I just realized, oh, he was on some holier than thou type beat out there acting like the mic wasn't working, but really he just didn't want to sing. Which I just thought that was I just wanted to point that out because I thought that was very inconsiderate, especially, for all the other artists that showed up. I mean, Ty Dolla $ign's not that big to be that Hollywood to not want to perform at a Kendrick show, So anyways, a lot of things stood out to me when I was watching the show, but some of the biggest things that I noticed was that Kendrick is a great live performer. Stage presence, breath control, the way that he interacted with the crowd. Somehow, some way, I don't know if they taped it, I don't know what they did, but his hoodie never fell off that entire performance. I thought that was one of the most impressive things. Another thing, him rapping to, well, I don't know if he was rapping to it, but as far as the camera cuts and the way that the choreography was made, because of course they probably already pre-rehearsed this, but when the wop 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 ad-lib came in for the track, the camera cuts for each wop was phenomenal. I don't know who thought of that, but that was fantastic. It reminded me of how Travis Scott usually has his performances as far as the choreography and how he wants it to go step in step with the music. Like, certain choreography is made for certain tracks for Travis Scott as far as how he wants the camera to cut in a certain way. And that's what Kendrick on stage reminded me of. So I would say that's the highest compliment, because currently, if we're talking best hip-hop performers, currently, I would say it's Travis Scott. I would probably say it's... I'm not gonna lie, we don't have a lot of good hip-hop performers. I'm not gonna lie to you. And people gonna think I'm hating, but if you go to and this is gonna sound crazy, but if you go to a country or a pop show, you will realize that hip-hop artists are doing you a disservice when you pay all that money to go to the live concert. That's why I'm gonna leave it at, because I don't want nobody thinking I'm on some other type beat. I'm just calling it like I see it. But yeah, as far as the stage production, Kendrick was fantastic. The fire, the lasers, I like that. The whole red and blue theme, because let's just say it was a lot of repping going on, and I'm gonna leave it at that for right now. So as far as the concert highlights, or just the plain details, the concert was held at the Kia Forum in Inglewood, California, on, of course, Juneteenth, and featured Kendrick Lamar, of course, a lot of other artists, like Tyler, the Creator, was one that stood out to me. Roddy Ricch was another one that stood out to me. I'm probably forgetting so many. I mean, there's so many that came out. I mean, Schoolboy Q. For the Migos, they're from Atlanta, so it wouldn't have made sense. But Mustard and Migos, I feel like they make the best music together. So, I mean, as far as getting into the details, obviously there's a lot more people that showed up, like Steve Lacy. YG was another one. Ty Dolla $ign just fleeced the whole promoters and producers of the concert, because he got up there and got a free bag for not saying anything, acting like the mic didn't work. Like, if y'all notice, because at first I was like, oh man, I can't believe they messed up the mic when Ty Dolla $ign got on stage. But if you watch it again, they handed him about 3 to 4 different mics because he was acting like the mic didn't work. But in all actuality, he just didn't want to perform. So he got up there and fleeced the whole producers for a bag, which, I guess I'm not. No, I'm mad at it because it's more of a camaraderie type show. So why not just perform? Like, are you too big for a Juneteenth concert? Like, what does that really say about Ty Dolla $ign? Like, no wonder he out there hanging with Kanye. So, anyways, that's enough of that. So, getting more into the concert, I would say the West Coast unity was a sight to behold because of the different affiliations. Let's put it like that. So I like how Kendrick Lamar brought that together, and it was more of a West Coast unity thing more than a diss towards Drake. And I'm not gonna let my bias for Drake slip out just yet, so let's just leave it at that. So LeBron James, Russell Westbrook, and a lot of NBA players was present, but it wasn't just for no reason. Like, I believe Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan are from LA, if I'm not mistaken. LeBron, I mean, he's in LA because he's currently playing for LA, so it makes sense why he would pop out. I know a lot of people made a big deal about it, but for me, LeBron just wants to probably see one of the biggest hip-hop concerts ever. And as far as Kendrick's objective to bring real change into the hip-hop community in the West Coast, I would say it's a long way to go, because gang politics is never as simple as one meeting and then it's over. So we'll see if he actually follows through and overcomes the adversity when faced with bringing different gangs together. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I don't know behind the scenes back and forth, the behind the scenes conflicts. But what I can say is that Kendrick got a lot of people from different teams to be peaceful during the whole concert. So that's what I would say is a big highlight on Kendrick Lamar's part. So it's more of a West Coast unity. It was a historic night for West Coast hip hop, and just reinforce that Kendrick Lamar is indeed the best rapper of the modern generation. For what he stands for what he raps, for what he captivates as a person, as a human. Obviously he has his downfalls, which I'm about to get into, because I haven't given my biased review just yet. I'm about to. But Kendrick Lamar is just one of the greatest icons we've ever had in hip hop. Kendrick Lamar is, and I've said it before, the beef. Like, if y'all ever seen my little cover, not little, because I can't do myself like that. But if y'all have never seen my flag, it's more of like a flag. But my cover for Notorious Mass Effect, the only two people I have from this modern generation is Drake and Kendrick. Like, it's nobody else. The others is like Jay-Z, Tupac, Biggie, Lil Wayne, and Kanye. Like, I don't really think there's too many that's able to uphold hip-hop like this as far as keeping the masses and captivated. Because a lot of people who are coming up in the game just want to hit a lick and go to something else. So these people are really in tune with hip-hop, even though Kendrick goes away for 3 to 4 years, which we fought him for. If you really think about it as an adult, these years go by so fast that whenever he comes back, he's always consistently came back and given us classics. So looking at it from an older perspective, because I guess I'm an adult technically, but as far as looking at it from that aspect, he doesn't take too much time off if you really think about it. But as far as just being in the middle school, high school life, like 3 years is like an eternity, So anyways, is that it for my non-biased review? Let me see. The Game was absent, and he addressed it on his Instagram Live, emphasizing his ongoing relationship with Drake and Lamar. Don't you love people who actually care about genuine relationships they had with Drake, instead of just acting like he never existed? Like, literally. All right, my fault. I'm biased. But technically, I don't know, man. YG played a whole song that was a alley-oop from Drake and cut off Drake's part right when it was about to happen. I'm like, okay. All right, buddy. All right, that's cool. But anyways, is that it? Oh, Dr. Dre came out, performed Still Dre and California Love. We're gonna get to him more in a second. The atmosphere was great. When Tyler the Creator came out and his song, I don't listen to Tyler the Creator like that, but there was one song where the crowd went crazy. It was like right before he said thank you. It was that last stanza. The crowd was going. Oh, it was the call me. That part when he said call me, you would have thought it was Tyler the Creator's concert. Like that was a Not Like Us type moment. Like the way that the audience was reacting to that song, I was like, dang. Like imagine having a whole concert, for gang banging West Coast people, and the thing that rung off the most was the Call Me track from Tyler the Creator. So, anyways, I think that's a great transition to my bias review. So now I'm putting on my Drake Stan hat, and I just got to point out a couple things. I mean, the amount of Caucasians that was out there saying the N-word religiously, I mean, come on now. I mean, you couldn't draw it up any better. I mean, imagine if Drake would have came out with a caption before the concert and said, every West Coast native better check the white people saying the N-word at the concert, because that would have been a pivotal thing to say before the concert. Because when I tell you the camera was trying to find a group of black people, it was hard. Then you know what? Because let's not act like some of these stadiums and arenas aren't filled by majority white people. Let's just not act like these Juneteenth concerts are exclusively black people showing up. So as far as people, because it's really a price point type thing. It's not like if it was free, I think it would be mostly, well, that comes off a certain way. Like black people have money, of course, but I'm just saying as far as exposable income, because of previous things which Juneteenth highlights, some backgrounds aren't as financially well off because you didn't have decades plus to build up financial wealth, generational wealth, I should say. As far as slavery is considered, we didn't have the head start that other races have. So they have more exposable income to show up to these type of shows. That's how I'm trying to, that's basically what I'm saying. So as far as that aspect, it makes sense why there are white people and showing up to the concert. And the whole thing with them saying the N-word, I mean, who's going to check them? Kendrick going to stop the concert to point out each and every white fan to tell him to get out the concert? But I just thought that was hilarious. I mean, the amount of white people at Kendrick's fan telling Drake he couldn't say the N-word while saying the N-word, I mean, that's comedy at its finest. Anyways, continuing with my Drake fan review, Dr. Dre, don't think we forgot about you, buddy. 1991, Dr. Dre assaulted female music journalist Dee Barnes, leading to charges in a lawsuit which he pleaded no contest. And guess what? 2015, Dr. Dre again issued an apology for past abuse allegations against him, where numerous women came out. So, as far as Dr. Dre being on stage to introduce Kendrick's Not Like Us track, I just thought it was a testament to say that Drake's Family Matters continues to be the best track amongst this entire beef. Because I'm out of people advocating and just highlighting these people who put hands on women. It's just ridiculous. Like at this point, we should just let Diddy free. You know what I mean? If Dr. Dre just out here going crazy and one apology lets him continue his iconic status in hip hop, then as far as Diddy, as far as Kendrick, you know what I mean? Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like if nobody's gonna point this stuff out, I guess I gotta be the one to do it, because I mean, if Drake comes out on a track and talks about alleged women beaters singing Kumbaya on stage, let's just know that we probably can guess who he's talking about, because Kendrick and Dr. Dre being up there on stage just reinforced it reinforced to me that Family Matters continues to be the best track in this beef battle. So anyways, what else? YG cutting off the feature from Drake right when it was about to happen was hilarious, because if Drake wasn't that impactful, then why even play a track that Drake was on, right? Shouldn't y'all be able to stand on your own without Drake? Or did Drake help you so much that you should probably be more neutral than to pick a side? So for YG, I thought that was just beyond hilarious, because he couldn't find anything in his discography that would impact the masses more than a Drake influence track. So that was funny. But anyways, let's keep going. So as far as Migos, Young Blue, Block Boy JB, I Love McConan, Smiley, etc., a lot of people are very quiet when it comes to this Drake slander, and they don't want to advocate for the amount of impact that Drake had on their career as far as making millions and millions of dollars to take care of their families for the foreseeable future. So all of these people who have been impacted by Drake and just want to keep silent, is just very interesting to me. How in the world could you get such an alley-oop from somebody who has catapulted your success in life and you act like it never existed in the midst of one of the craziest attacks on a man's character? Like, they're just out here singing a whole pedophile anthem and dapping it up on stage like they don't know what the song is really doing. Like, they don't know the real meaning of the song is to call Drake and his man's a pedophile, and they just on stage dapping it up, smiling, kumbaya, Westbrook out there doing the crip walk. Like, at this point, I'm just like, man, talk about a lawsuit in the making. I mean, imagine one of them just slip up and say, hey, Drake, certified pedophile. That's a lawsuit, my brother. I can't wait for it. So anyways, let's keep going. I think I covered everything. Roddy Ricch telling DJ Mustard that people saying they fell off was just, what was that called when self-projection or you're just projecting. Yeah, he was basically saying, they saying we fell off. Like, no, my brother, they're saying you fell off. So I thought that was funny. Even though I like Roddy Ricch, be out the way. I just had to send that shot for no reason. What else? I had to get some of my other Drake bias out the way. Oh yeah, okay. So Kendrick and Drake. Let me see. Drake, they will say, is in a tumultuous time right now. Wouldn't you say that's what the public is saying? So, like, wouldn't you agree? All right. So Kendrick, people would say, is in his prime currently because he just took out Drake 1v1 supposedly, even though Metro, Pharrell, The Weeknd, Future, ASAP. Oh, my fault. Tyga, ASAP Rocky, Kanye. I mean, it's too many to name. I mean, how many options does Aubrey really have? I mean, it's too many options. You know what I'm saying? So they said Kendrick took out Drake. He's at the height of his career. They said Drake's done, supposedly, by public review. And Kendrick currently has 73 monthly listeners, which, if you really think about it, monthly should be the premier stat because it's talking about the now. And shouldn't you be bigger than Drake since they said he fell off? They said you're currently the king of hip hop. Drake currently has 77 million monthly listeners. So in the month that Kendrick has put out a music video, or no, he's about to put out a music video. He's did a whole concert for the pedophile anthem. Everybody's saying Drake has fell off. Drake is still doing better numbers statistically than Kendrick Lamar. And that's all I have to say, because a lot of people be acting like they don't. It's kind of like the Donald Trump effect. I don't like to talk about politics too much, but what I can say is everybody talking about Donald Trump the first time, before he first became president. Everybody was saying, man, I'm not voting for Donald Trump. Donald Trump crazy. That's a madman. I would never vote for Donald Trump. He's such a bad man. And then he ended up winning the election. I'm like, hold up now. Hold up. I thought we was voting for it. You know what I'm saying? I thought we was voting for this person. And y'all voted, y'all out here lying through your teeth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just straight up fabricating and out here just saying blasphemous things that you're not even staying true to. You know what I mean? As far as being a man, isn't it staying true to your word? So a lot of people just out here lying, talking about how Drake has fell off when they're secretly listening to him. And that's just, shown by the numbers. Monthly listeners, you would think would be the premier stat for Kendrick. And here is Drake still outselling him monthly. So with that being said, let's get to some more stats because, hey, as far as the podcast, I love talking about things that impact the masses. And Not Like Us has slid all the way to number 11 after a whole concert and after a whole music video that's about to come out. So with that being said, it's very interesting how Kendrick fans are out here, doing the victory lap based on the defeat, quote unquote, of Drake, and they're not even supporting their artist music. So, Yeah, that's basically it. What else? That's basically, yeah, because Not Like Us was in the top 5. Somehow is at number 11 after a whole concert and music video. Y'all let me know how that happens. But so yeah, that's basically it. That's my Drake bias review. As you know, I'm a Drake stan, and I'm always gonna come with the analytics and the facts. So the biggest thing that stood out to me was the Dr. Dre thing. Like as far as being um tone deaf, as far as being just completely oblivious to the statements made about you that um you never once said it wasn't true. You never once like declined it. You never once been like, "Oh man, that's just completely false." Like he broadly said, why you trolling? Are you tired?" And then that's when the A minor came. The A minor line came. But as far as the like completely coming out and debunking the whole woman beating allegations, I mean at this point it's like, goodness gracious, that man just said nobody cares, so I'm not even gonna address it. And with Dr. Dre and him on stage, I mean, I guess he proved him right. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Kendrick Lamar pop out concert? What was your biggest takeaway from the concert? And also, what was your biggest takeaway from my Drake Stan review of the concert? I wonder, do y'all think Drake would try to go out and buy a physical copy of this movie just to say he owns another piece of her? Nah, let me let me chill. All right, my fault. Right? As a Drake stan, I couldn't help myself. But you know what? I can't help myself too. One of the better looking movies of 2024. Because let me tell you something. When we're talking about creativity at its highest, Pharrell Williams is one of those individuals, because this biopic, basically in the format of Lego animations, is insane. Never been done before as far as in hip hop biopics. So expect to see a lot of copycats if this ends up being successful. Because at first glance, and even I've heard from, a broader age group, this is not intriguing or appealing to them. So as far as the box office, that will only tell if this would be copied again and again for the foreseeable future. Because it looks like a kid movie, but it's a hip hop biopic. So it's really nothing kiddish about it, But the animation would definitely throw certain age groups off as far as going to watch it. Like, imagine being like telling your 60, 70, 50-year-old homies that you about to go watch a Lego movie, right? They ain't trying to hear what it's about. They gonna say no. So anyways, this movie comes out October 11th, 2024, directed by Morgan Neville. Now, I don't know who Morgan Neville is, but I assume he's a pretty great director because his distribution is Focus Features, and they do not cut any corners when it comes to quality. And especially just it being a Lego movie in general. I don't know, and maybe this is the bias or the kid inside of me coming out. I don't think I've ever seen a bad Lego movie. Y'all have to remind me, but I don't think I've ever seen a bad movie in Lego animation. I don't know what it is about the Lego animation, but it just makes it seem like it's just larger than life. Because who in the world would dislike a Lego movie after putting so much emphasis on just the creation of it? If you've seen the behind the scenes of Lego movies, it almost makes you enjoy the actual movie even more, because people are spending day in and day out animating this movie scene by scene by scene, and then for it to come out like the finished product, I think it's just something to be amazed at in itself. Anyways, so this is obviously a Pharrell Williams life story biopic. It's inspired by his childhood love of Legos and him just wanting to create something different for his particular biopic. Like, what's something that hasn't been done before? And he found it with this use of Lego animation. So, of course, Pharrell Williams voiced by himself, and the supporting cast is a plethora of people. I mean, we have Kendrick is a part of this, Jay-Z is a part of this, Snoop Dogg is a part of this, Justin Timberlake, Timbaland, and way more. I would be interested to see if they put Kanye in this. I'm not gonna lie to you. If they put Kanye in this, like, they'll have to get a different voice actor. Like, that's how far gone Kanye is at this point. Like, he's still, you know, able to do the voice acting. But let's just say we would prefer somebody else, because Kanye messed around and leaked the whole script on the internet. You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, man, forget Lego. They should have made me a biopic first and leaked the whole script. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully they don't get him for this movie. But what I will say is that the whole aspect of this being a biopic of Pharrell leads it to be a biopic of hip hop. If you don't know the amount of songs that Pharrell Williams has been a part of, it's insane. So, I mean, if you just go from generations, he still has diamond hits. And I'm trying to look it up because I want to look up the actual songs that, like, what's it, and I want to look up the ranking basically. So, you know, Happy is of course his most successful track ever. And let me see, Get Lucky with Daft Punk is his second most successful record ever. Blurred Lines with Robin Thicke and T.I., which is controversial because I believe they, like, just straight up stole that from somebody. Like, they just straight up just Elvis Presley that from somebody. It was like, hey, give me that sound. And they just ran with it. So Blurred Lines that's not an achievement. Frontin' featuring Jay-Z. So that's why you'll probably see Jay-Z. And then you have Marilyn Monroe. So that would be the top 5, but I'm not counting Blurred Lines. Let me see. Let me see. And then as far as the 6th one, I don't even know. It doesn't give me. Okay. So anyways, those are the top 5 statistically speaking. But, you know, personally, I would snatch Blurred Lines out of there because I just, you know, people talk about Drake and ghostwriting, but they basically stole a whole song that was already popular. Like, it's kind of what Future did to Tim's when Tim's had the track Higher, bubbling, not even bubbling, it was supremely popular on the charts. And Future just came, used it for Wait For You, slapped Drake on it, and now it's the #1 single in the world. Like, hey, the greats will run with your sound, won't they? So anyways, that's one of the things I really despise. But as a creative, I feel like it shouldn't hurt as much because you could just create again. Like, people who can't create is usually just limited to copying creators. So anyways, with that being said, this biopic was seemingly pushed by Pharrell, but Pharrell came out and said that initially he was resistant to the idea, but was convinced by the creative freedom offered by Lego Animation. So that was pretty interesting because, you know, in the trailer it seems like he's the one who came up with the idea, but according to Pharrell himself, Lego Animation approached him. So the director, Morgan Neville, was able to, you know, innovate a lot with directing, but at the end of the day, it's only so much you can innovate in a biopic, you know what I mean? Not too many creative freedoms you can take with my life, you know what I mean? So what else? I think that's basically it. I mean, Pharrell Williams is coming out with an animated biopic, and the reason why I even wanted to highlight this is because I just think it shows just artistry and creativity on another level, and it's just one of the bigger displays of creativity that I've seen in a while, as far as something being unique and personable at the same time. Because usually Lego movies are like Batman, superhero type films. Like, it's not really too serious. So for this Lego movie to get into the biopic lane, remember what I'm saying, this is going to be copied if it's successful at the box office. And even if it's not successful at the box office, I wouldn't be surprised people just copy this just cause. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those type of ideas where using Lego to tell the life of your story. I mean, that's just beyond creative. I don't know why nobody's thought of it. Like, it's one of those, something's creative when you look at it and you think to yourself, why hasn't no one done this before? That's usually the litmus scale for how creative somebody is. So anyways, yeah, man, that's basically it. I'm most likely going to put this on the cover of my episode, but this is mostly a gaming episode, and I'm going to highlight this on my episode solely for the fact that I think out of all the news I've seen regarding music, this creatively is the most intriguing one. Now, is it the one that makes me the most excited? No, because I can't wait for June 19th to see how Kendrick just shuts down LA. But obviously, can't have Kendrick twice on back-to-back episodes. Like, at that point, my Drake Stan card would get taken away. So anyways, we're going to have this one up, Pharrell and his Lego version, and basically, promoting his movie that's set to come out October 11th, 2024. And it's titled Piece by Piece. With that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Pharrell Williams putting out a Lego biopic October 11th? And will you be giving it a watch? Now, of course, for the summertime, a lot of people would say that is a terrible time to release your game because everybody's outside, right? But nowadays, with people actually acknowledging that you can play games from anywhere, and it doesn't matter if you're on vacation or not, especially with the Steam Deck nowadays, you can play it in the bed, you can play it away from your monitor. It's just a lot of different ways to play AAA video games nowadays. So I believe there's been a lot more emphasis on games coming out in the summertime, which leads me to Summer Games Fest 2024, which is a major event for the video game industry, and not only for the video game industry, but approximately 250 plus trailers were shown throughout Summer Games Fest. Well, no, over the weekend. Over the weekend, 250 plus trailers were shown. And some of them, definitely not all of them. Some of them, as far as regarding the Summer Games Fest, will be shown right here. Make sure to click Analytic Dreamz on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, some of the biggest things about the Summer Games Fest is that it's all about the indie developers, I believe. I feel like when Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo started their own conference, which is why E3 died in the first place, because E3 used to be the crucible, the Super Bowl of releasing your video game trailer and the public just going crazy over the announcement. Nowadays, it's more of, with the evolution of technology, of course, everybody just realized, oh, we can just stream and have our own showcase. No need to go to E3, pay the fee to be on stage when we can just host our own showcase. So that's when E3, started to go downhill. And I just believe COVID was the nail in the coffin, because that was definitely a moment in time for all the true old veteran. Sorry, I didn't mean to mix in old with that, but true veteran gamers remember how big E3 used to be, and it was definitely a moment in time when it went away. As if you look up RIP E3, even when I covered it, I mean, E3 has given us some of the best moments ever, and in that segment, I basically highlighted all of the biggest moments which made E3 what it is and what is remembered as today. So that being said, one of the Summer Games Fest, which has garnered a lot of hype, was the Summer Game Fest, which featured a lot of different video games, but also featured a lot of different stories with Deer and Boy, Koara, I think that's how you say it, and Neva. Basically, the story, that kind of breaks down the human experience and adventure. And some of the games the story is even influenced by the COVID lockdown. I mean, talk about art imitating life. And then when it comes into the actual delivery, it was kind of mixed in with a lot of developer talk with gameplay, which is not always a bad thing. But I think if you're more on the newer side, I guess it would benefit having the public listen to you explain your game because they're not as familiar. But with that showcase like Xbox, which we're about to get into, and Ubisoft, which we're about to get into, having more established IPs, you can just kind of let the gameplay speak for itself. But because of a lot of these games coming from different genres, I mean, we have role, puzzle, and adventure mixed in throughout. Those type of games, I would assume, need some sort of explanation for people to understand what in the world they're looking at. And then, with that being said, we have anime type games with Abyss X Zero, Zodiac XX Leo, Battlesuit Aces, Metaphor, games like that really lended itself towards the anime. As far as the cyberpunk theme, shout out to one of the greatest games ever made, ever created, Cyberpunk 2077. But as far as that cyberpunk theme, had games like Psychochroma, Karma, The Dark World, Nobody Wants to Die, Dystopica. That's not dystopia, it's with a K, so it's Dystopica. But anyways, just a lot of showcases throughout the Game Fest spanning across multiple genres. So some of the notable ones was, of course, Alan Wake 2. A lot of people was really excited to see the expansion for the new storyline as far as notable game trailers and the DLC, because, of course, Alan Wake 2 is already out, so I don't want to confuse y'all with that fact. It's Alan Wake 2 Night Springs. That is the expansion with new storylines available now. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know it was available now. But that's the thing about Summer Games Fest. It's more about showing you games that's coming out soon, not a trailer and then you see 2027 or 2028. And it was another game that was one of I looked up the biggest ones, and the Killer Bean trailer got a lot of traction. That was pretty funny. Perfect Dark seemed to be a veteran gamer fan favorite as far as that franchise and what it used to be, and how they're coming back with a new iteration. And then you have, what was another standout? Let's see. Star Wars was Ubisoft. A lot of these are blending in with each other. But basically, there's a lot of games that was released, and the biggest thing you need to know is that the Lego Horizon Adventures was one of the biggest for this Summer Games Fest. Bloomhouse Games, Slitterhead, Karn, Wonderstop, Alan Wake 2 DLC, and the Phantom Blade Zero were among the fan favorite reveals for Summer Games Fest. So, of course, keeping all the other festivals considered, I'm not going to spend too much time on this one because I'm not going to lie. It's more niche. You have to really watch it for yourself and figure out what game is more marketable towards you. That's why I kind of highlighted some of the games in different genres, just in case if it piqued your interest. But obviously, at the end of the day, you'll probably still have to see it to believe it. So, at the end, the main purpose of having the Summer Games Fest was just to showcase the array of upcoming video games as far as it being released soon. And it's more it was trending more to niche and independent developers and innovative genre mashups versus the established IP. So if you go into Summer Games Fest expecting to see, a big IP reveal as far as DLC, is not going to happen. So I will lower your expectations, but still realize that indie developers are out here making bodies of work via creating a video game that could still be enjoyable, especially if it's not accepted by the masses, right? You can still personally enjoy these games, even though it's not the most popular. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about Summer Games Fest 2024? What is the game? If you watch the showcase, the entire showcase, what game stood out the most to you and why? Now, of course, before we watch this video, Analytic Dreamz on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because, of course, as you're watching, I'm technically playing the video, but we're going to watch it and hear the audio in just a second. Because as far as the gaming landscape and all of these different events happening, showcasing different games for the summer and the summer for 2025, who would have thought that the standout would have been Killer Bean? Because one of the biggest things that I noticed is that whenever Killer Bean was announced, which is a third-person roguelike shooter developed by Jeff Liu, when this was announced June 7th, 2024, the reception was tremendous, as it's currently sitting at 4.8 million views on Twitter. And of course, the actual movie, which it's inspired by, well, not even inspired, it's a one of one, because if you don't know, well, we're going to get into that in a second. But basically, it's a play off of the early 2000s action movie. That's why it has more of a retro feel, because a lot of people think this is just a new IP that just exploded out of nowhere when it's been around. To be more specific, I believe the original movie, you could find it on YouTube, and it came out, let me see, hopefully it's not too loud for y'all. Okay, great. It came out 6 years ago, and it's currently sitting at 61 million views. Now, of course, I'm not here to waste your time, but I just had to throw that at you because out of all the games shown, I mean, Call of Duty, Assassin's Shadows, who else? I was playing Black Ops right now. Give me 1 second. I'm not editing that out either. You see how I put the one in the repeat and it still played the other one? I don't know. Maybe my YouTube's running a bit slow. Anyways, let me get back to what I was saying. So, of course, Assassin's Creed, Black Ops 6, which I'm definitely going to get back to, as you can see right there. Star Wars Outlaws, the Batman VR game, Doom, definitely got to get into Doom, the Bodyguard video game. Basically, there's a lot of games that could take over the summer that's coming out this summer. But the one that a lot of people was focusing on was the Killer Bean reveal. And the basis of that is simply for the fact that it's infectious as far as the comedy elements. And when I tell you this game is beyond unserious, I thought Scooby-Doo, SpongeBob was the level of unseriousness you could get as a talking sponge or a talking dog. But of course, Killer Bean takes this to a whole nother level, as this is just beyond dramatic. I mean, as you dodge bullets, as you're going through the game like you're the modern day John Wick. I mean, a lot of cartoony violence, a lot of slow motion elements. I mean, at one point, I think he like alley-ooped a grenade. And of course, I'm going to play the whole video from start to finish, but I'm just giving you an overview of why everybody enjoys seeing and praising this game, because it's like, what happened to games just being fun? What happened to starting a game, enjoying the gameplay mechanics, and just having fun? Not everything has to be some type of deep philanthropic thriller in a way of seeking enlightenment, you know? Like, some things could just be a coffee bean talking and fighting like John Wick. You know what I'm saying? A talking coffee bean fighting like John Wick. At the end of the day, as a gamer, this brings the joy out of me because of the simplicity of how you can just make a fun game. So anyways, without further ado, I'm going to start this from the beginning, and of course I'm going to play the audio. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. We're about to get into the trailer. It's only about 1 minute and 57 seconds long, so obviously it's not too long. But anyways, Let's get into Killer Bean right now. And mind you, this game is based off originally it was based off the short film back in 1996. But the actual movie came out, I believe, like May 19th, 2018. Yeah. I think I compared it to early 2000s, and that was a mistake. I meant the short film came out in 1996 and popularized in the early 2000s, but it was more of a early that's why this video game has more of an early 2000s retro type of feel as far as antics and just stylistic choices is definitely reminiscent of retro games. But anyways, I had to clear that up, but let's get back into it.
That's what I call a dramatic entrance. There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean. It's because I'm good at what I do. Really. Really. Good.
And apparently, I saw this on Twitter, one of the bullets, well, not one of them, all of the bullets that Killer Bean shoots is like a scene in one of the movies where like a guy who's trying to put together the pieces gets to the scene after Killer Bean left, and there's a bunch of shell cases, and on the outside of the shell case it says this shell case belongs to Killer Bean. And then it said the bullet, and then on the other side, on the flip side, it said the bullet was meant for someone else. I was like, oh, at that point, it had me sold. I was like, this game is just all about having fun and just straight up unseriousness, and comedic timing is on another level. Oh yeah, that's the alley-oop I was talking about. As far as, I mean, obviously you could tell, but I mean, look at this. I mean, who does this man think he is? Anthony Edwards? Like, what is this?
Good.
Nah, this John Morant right here. Somebody get that man a 10-day contract.
I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency. An international organization powerful enough to shape the world. Until they lied to me and tried to kill me. Now, I'm gonna destroy them.
You're the gosh darn idiot who wants to take down the Shadow Agency! Well, it is sure nice to meet you. Before you die...
Like, some of these moves are just disrespectful. Like, this man breakdancing? This man fighting the main character of Ghost of Tsushima. What is that? Samurai? This man fighting Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know the main character's name, so I'm just gonna call it Ghost of Tsushima, but that's basically who this man's fighting right now.
They made me who I am, and I will make them pay for it.
Alright, as y'all can see, it is coming out early. Early access is summer 2024, which is another reason I really enjoyed the Killer Bean gameplay reveal, because Summer Games Fest was mainly created to show you the games that's coming out this summer. Too often, as gamers, we put up with a showcase of a game being set for 2028, 2029, and everybody's just clapping and hooping and hollering like it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't care how good a game is. If your game is coming out 2 to 3 years after the fact, you should not show it. Like, I don't care if it's Spider-Man. I don't care if it's Batman. I don't care if it's any type of IP or new IP. If you're not putting out a game in the next year or two, why showcase it as far as a launch trailer? I know what you're probably going to say, oh, got to build up hype, but that hype is just going to be lost once the time weighs. I mean, of course, just look at Invincible Season 1 and Season 2 and the reception to that. So anyways, even though both of those seasons were phenomenal, I'm just talking about the anticipation not being as high for Season 2 simply because of the wait time. But anyways, yeah, Killer Bean, developed by Killer Bean Studios, created by Jeff Liu. Also, is Jeff Liu is the guy who voices the Talking Bean, the main Talking Bean. And the genre is a roguelike shooter, of course, both from first person and third person, as you've seen a little bit of that. So there's first person, and then of course I think you have a little bit of third person. Yeah. And then right here is third person. So we have first person and third person perspectives in this video game. You probably get to choose. I'm not sure how that works. But as far as platforms, PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and the Nintendo Switch. And once again, early access in summer 2024. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Killer Bean video game? And at the end of the day, is something unserious and fun more intriguing to you as a gamer, or do you prefer more introspective, realistic, thought-provoking games? Now I know what you're thinking. We finally have a new installment for the Batman Arkham franchise. Well, that is why I would encourage you to come over to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because usually we start from beginning and go to end, but I just got to go to a specific point in this trailer. And if you're watching, just know that's all I had to see. If you're not watching, just know what we're currently looking at says that this Batman Arkham Shadow game will only be available on a Meta Quest 3. Now, I don't even know where to start, because VR gaming has not really took off like it was once thought upon, as far as it being integrated for the purpose of playing video games. Like, remember back in the day when Xbox came out and said that the Xbox One could not even function without the Kinect? Remember that? Remember they told us that bold-faced lie, and then they ended up putting a patch saying, oh, that's why y'all can now buy the Xbox One by itself. Like, no, brother, you just lied to us, and you got caught. Because nowadays, we just see how outlandish that claim is, as far as having somebody lie to our face and tell us that the only way to play a console is to also have the Kinect attached. Because this is what they was going for. They was going for something that captured your movements, and basically gave you an extra way to play a video game. But the thing about that is you have to have the hardware to go along with it. I don't know if y'all know, but a lot of people get motion sickness. It's a real thing. People get real life motion sickness from playing VR games. And for some, not if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But for some, because I've seen it, I've read it, things of that nature, it's just happened a lot. Well, not a lot, but it's happened. So it's good to point it out. The discomfort as far as playing VR games, for some, brings up a lot of concerns health-wise for them, because motion sickness 24/7, if you keep doing it again and again, day after day, I mean, it got to a point where developers had to come out and actively address the issues and basically tweak the core mechanics to adapt the gameplay to better design and help mitigate certain discomfort that certain players was facing when using a VR headset. So that being said, the main thing for me, why I never believe VR to be actually sustainable as a competitor with consoles and mobile and Steam, is because it never tried to be a competitor. It tried to attach itself to consoles because they knew that what they were selling from a core mechanic standpoint just is not good enough to make people, as far as the masses, gravitate towards solely playing a game for VR. Now, to play devil's advocate, I have heard that the Batman type of experience on VR, I think those previous Batman games on VR have ran well. So they said that they are excited. As far as some people, the core VR game fan people are excited for this game to come out on a Meta Quest. Simply for the fact that they believe that Rocksteady would not put out a bad game with Batman attached to it. Even though Arkham Knight is one of the more controversial and hot and cold type of game amongst the Arkham core fan base. So, with that being said, there's no set release date. I mean, it says it's coming out exclusively on the Meta Quest 3, but the release date said fall 2024. Now, mind you, this was revealed during the Summer Games Fest, I believe. And the thing about the Summer Games Fest is that games who are revealed usually come out in a short time span. So I would say fall 2024 is definitely a good target release date. But because they don't have it set in stone, I think they're waiting to see the reception before actually putting up production costs to get this game out there. Because even though you have Batman attached to it, even though you have Arkham Rocksteady attached to it, it still doesn't mean that because somebody played the Arkham trilogy plus the Arkham Origins game that they're going to come out and buy this strictly VR game. Because most people don't even have a VR headset. That's another thing. Do y'all not know some of the high-end VR headsets out there are around $1,000? I know some of y'all probably screaming at the screen like, no, that's a little exaggeration. Okay, my fault. Other affordable options are more like $400. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Like, nobody got time for that. Nobody got time to pay $400 to $1,000 for motion sickness. I mean, if I wanted that, I would have just went to SeaWorld or something. You know what I mean? Or the latest, what's the latest roller coaster place? I don't think Worlds of Fun. Silver Dollar City or something. You know what I'm saying? But, VR games is just not at the point where people will put up with the discomfort to play a VR game for hours and hours on end. Think about how much time you put into your screen, your monitor, and you may have to wear certain type of glasses to protect your eyes. Imagine a VR headset just on your face for 30, 40 hours plus. Obviously, increments broken up into like 5 or 6 sessions. But at the end of the day, you want a headset on your face for 2 to 3 hours? Looking around, moving around, motion sickness, throwing up. Like, at that point, video games is all about having fun. And at that point, it's just more of a workout. So that's the main thing I wanted to get into. Obviously, I'm going to play the trailer in a second. I just want to get through the main tidbits. Getting more into the game. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this because they said the storyline involves his cult-like followers causing chaos in Gotham. Oh, the rat catcher. So the main antagonist is the rat catcher. What? With the story involving his cultish followers causing chaos in Gotham. And it focuses on Batman's early career, emphasizing his ignorance and lack of empathy. So that's pretty interesting. Anyways, with that being said, let's get into the trailer now. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Let's get into the trailer. Hopefully it's not too loud.
There's a new darkness overtaking Gotham. driving the city mad. The only light left is from the fire in the streets, casting shadows of rats on everything that was once good. Fear is their weapon. But they're not the only ones who can use it. The Rat King will stop at nothing to destroy my city. How far will I go to destroy him?
And that's a great, fantastic trailer, right? Even though the Rat King, like, that's kind of lame. Like, who you fighting? 6ix9ine? Gunna? Like, what are we doing here? Anyways, the Rat King is just, it's just a terrible name. Like, what type of villain is that? Like, even I would consider myself a superhero fan. But who's the Rat King? Like, who is that? So, a relevant villain, generic trailer, but it is Batman Arkham, right? So we're like, oh, I can't wait to get my hands on it to see the environment, and then we get hit with this. Like, I wonder why in a 1 and 27-second video they put it at the tail end that it's only available on the Meta Quest 3. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what I'm gonna leave you with. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this Batman Arkham game coming strictly, exclusively to the Meta Quest 3? And if you own the Meta Quest 3, will you be purchasing this game?
Hey, no, stop. Just calm down. Don't do it, Gohan. You're not going out there.
So that is very, very important advice to the Dragon Ball community, like, out there, because let me tell you something. As far as the game editions for Dragon Ball, I know that this particular game is one in a series where a lot of people can't wait to play. Because if you think about it, Dragon Ball holds a special place in a lot of people's heart. But let me tell you something. If y'all go out and buy a premium collector's edition for $229 for a Dragon Ball game that has not evolved since the first one, I don't know what to tell you. But anyways, I'm gonna sound like a hater, right? But as a fighting game connoisseur, let me just tell you something. I feel like arena brawlers will never be as good as a 2D or a 3D. Because if you think about it, Mortal Kombat, Tekken have cemented the lane where the competitive realm of fighting games is to be considered. But when it comes to arena brawlers, it seems like they always want that arena brawler to get to the heights of an Evo, when the competitive nature of the gameplay mechanics is just unfair. It's just simply unfair compared to a lot of other fighting games. Which is why, I forget the particular 2D Dragon Ball game. I think it was Dragon Ball, I forget, it was like a Marvel versus Capcom style Dragon Ball game. I forget what it was called. I think it was Dragon Ball. Let me see. As you can tell, I don't play every fighting game known to man, but as far as Dragon Ball games, I do consider those, a particular niche for people who are into anime and things of that nature. I cannot find it. What in the world? Dragon Ball. No, it's not Sparking Zero. Dragon Ball The Breakers? Nah, that can't be it. I think it's Xenoverse, maybe. No, I think it's Fighters. Dragon Ball Fighters. I think that's the first 2D side scrollers. No, it's not it. I don't know. Anyways, y'all know what I'm talking about for the anime Dragon Ball fans out there. There was a 2D Dragon Ball game that's being more accepted into the competitive field of fighting games. But the biggest thing you need to know is that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero will definitely hold a place in certain people's hearts who've always watched Dragon Ball. I mean, that just goes without saying. But from a gameplay mechanic standpoint, especially with this particular edition having restricted stage choice to say the least, I think that's going to be the Achilles heel of this video game. Because of course it's similar to previous Budokai Tenkaichi, I think that's how you pronounce it. Budokai Tenkaichi. I can't say it. Hold on, give me a second. Budokai Tenkaichi games. So similar to the previous ones, right? This obviously will have a large roster like the previous installments, over 160 characters from the likes of Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, Broly, Cell, Majin Buu, what's the name? Jiren? I don't know. And Kale. So as far as the story mode, there will be, well, the story mode will span, oh, hold up. These are the actual editions of the game. Let me see. Now, I'm going to play the video. I'm going to play the trailer in its entirety in a second. I'm just getting this out. But you can see the premium collector's edition right here. So I'm going to leave that up on the screen. Actually, I'm not going to leave it up on the screen because I don't want y'all to be enticed to buy that $230. That's crazy. But anyways, so yes, the story mode is spanning over 8 different character perspectives. So I would say that's a serviceable size for a campaign mode, especially for a fighting game. But anyways, there's custom battle mode, of course, allow players to recreate their favorite battles or create dream scenarios while also being shareable online as far as the battles you create, of course. The release date, which is the most important for this video game, is October 11th, 2024, coming out on a PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam platforms. You can pre-order to have early access to 6 characters with 3 variants of Gogeta and Broly each. So that's what you get for the pre-order edition. And also it says it's an additional mystery character if you pre-order, which is very mysterious. Like, who's the mystery character? Like, hopefully it's somebody important and not like just some random person that they say mystery just to keep you engaged. But anyways, I don't want to seem like I'm harping on the game. Obviously, I think this is a great announcement, especially for Dragon Ball fans out there. But the biggest thing you need to consider is that, please, if y'all know what's good for you as a gamer, supporting $230 editions of a video game, I just don't see any type of, I just don't see any realm where a video game should cost you that much, to put it plainly. So, additional features is a creation tool which allows fans to set up and share custom dream stories online. That's a whole part where I was talking about shareable online. Develop creative battles. The return of the Budokai Tenkaichi series is the first mainline entry since 2007's Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. And of course, the whole what if scenarios and large character rosters, has fans highly excited because at the end of the day, it promises to bring back, a lot of core Dragon Ball fans beloved Budokai Tenkaichi characters, along with an experience with destructible environments, extensive story mode. Despite the lack of stages, I believe with the package that they're offering, it's enough to satisfy most, if not all, Dragon Ball connoisseurs. So that being said, let's get into the actual trailer. And without further ado, make sure to click my link, make sure to click or look up Analytic Dreamz on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So with that being said, let's get into the trailer right now.
A test of power. I guess we'll see. This will be when the true battle begins.
Boy, they boxing, ain't they?
Million pieces, just like I did that.
You talking about thrilling? Don't you dare! I'm not going to hell alone. You were on the ride. Are you ready? Do it! Well,
Hold up. Were they jumping?
you were on the ride. Are you ready?
Dang, who was that? Don't tell me they jumping. That's not honorable. Anyways, let's keep going.
Well, the way you slice it, there's only one way to save Earth. Goodbye, my friends. No matter what it takes, I need to rescue Gohan. Goku, wait!
What?
Never, ever forgive you for this! Now you will suffer my wrath.
You are aggressive, boy.
I will show you the true form of autonomous Ultra. It's my turn.
Change everything, then. Just stop him.
I will defeat you! Don't think you can win. There is no way to beat me now.
All right, and then as you can see, the release date is confirmed to be October 11th, 2024. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Dragon Ball Sparking Zero reveal? And what are you most looking forward to when this game eventually comes out, October 11th, 2024? Games, and more games. Ubisoft Forward definitely came with it when we're talking about a games showcase, because Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Shadows is already an instant comp for me. But as far as the free-to-play element, you have X Defiant, which I haven't done a segment on just yet, but depending on how that game plays out, I probably will. Because right now, I believe people are just playing that to satisfy their itch for a new Call of Duty game. I just got to tell you like it is, you know what I'm saying? But as far as this specific event, of course, Ubisoft Forward was streamed June 10th, 2024. And the premier emphasis was the fact that Summer Games Fest hyped a lot of the contributions to Ubisoft, because the hands-off previews, the in-depth gameplay footage, the excitement from the fans just showcased why Ubisoft deserves its own conference, simply for the fact that they was able to expound on a plethora of games, and especially games that you're seeing right now. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically the biggest reveals, of course, was Star Wars Outlaws, which I can't wait to play that game. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first ever open world game set in the Star Wars universe. And technically, that's a big deal. And me, always having an affinity towards games that let you steer where the story is going, like a Mass Effect, like a Cyberpunk, I always am engaged at a high level with those type of games. So for Star Wars Outlaws to put so much heavy emphasis on your choices mattering, not making choice A, B, C, D, and E, and then all of the choices lead you to A, right? Like, no, a game that gives you choices in the story that leads you to a plethora of different outcomes. which is why I brought up a Mass Effect and a Cyberpunk. Well, Mass Effect, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Cyberpunk has Mass Effect beat when it comes to the amount of endings that are very different. And Mass Effect fans, don't kill me. Y'all see the title of the podcast. Come on now. Y'all know I keep it 8 more than 92. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah. So the difference of outcomes, I think, is pivotal in how much I would enjoy Star Wars Outlaws. Because I like to see a payoff on my decisions. I don't like to make decision here, decision there, and then get to the end of the game and realize that everybody else has the same ending. You know what I'm saying? Like, at that point, why even make different decisions? So anyways, Star Wars Outlaws was announced, of course. They went in depth about the gameplay features such as the space, land travel, space dogfights, and then they mixed in some stealth and gunplay, which made me excited. I'm like, they have everything when it talks about. I mean, Outlaws is not going to be. I'm not saying that when this game eventually comes out, which is August 30th, mind you, that is just going to be mind-blowing and innovative gameplay mechanics. I'm just saying that's going to be a solid game with solid mechanics set in the Star Wars universe and open world. And I believe they said it's going to take you about 30 to 40 hours to beat. And that, obviously that just depends on your level of gamer, as far as being a veteran gamer, new gamer. Because I did hear from a person who played the game that basically this game is tailored towards kids. So it's not no Dark Souls type of gameplay. But at the same time, it keeps you captivated story-wise. So that if you want to dive deeper into it, you can. So I would say it's more Mass Effect in that element. 'Cause I think Mass Effect is more accessible to every age. Whereas certain games like Elden Ring or Cyberpunk could be very overwhelming for a new gamer. So anyways, Star Wars Outlaws was announced. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, as a black man, I ain't gonna lie. Talking about this game is beyond funny. Because let me tell you something. The just blatant racism that I've seen with this game. I mean, talk about just owning it. I mean, at that point, I can't even fault them. I mean, you know what I mean? I'll take my racism at face value. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have that in my face than you try to stab me in the back. And boy, when I tell you they just open with it for Assassin's Creed Shadows, you would have thought a black person was never a samurai. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, they just upset calling this game DEI Samurai, which, if you don't know, is diversity, equity, inclusion. That's the new buzzword nowadays. Basically, it's the new way for them to call you the N-word, basically. You know what I mean? It's like boy. You know how they say boy, but sometimes certain people use boy in that way. Hey, in that way, you know what I'm talking about? That's basically how they started to use DEI. They're like, that DEI, I can't believe they making another DEI game. Don't they have enough for them? You know what I'm saying? Don't they have enough games for y'all people? All right, so anyways, Assassin's Creed is set in Japan, features 2 protagonists, which is very intriguing as far as replay value. And the reason I say that is because one of them is more heavy on, one of them is more heavy set, and the other one is more of a nimble stealth action person. That makes sense. You can tell I've never played the Assassin's Creed franchise. The biggest franchise that I've always said personally that I've missed out on is the Assassin's Creed, because it's not like I don't want to play those games. It's just I've never gotten around to it. So that's always that and The Witcher. Those are the 2 games that I look at as like, dang, wish I would have got around to playing those, but I never did. So anyways, yeah, the heavy set is obviously the black guy, and then the more nimble stealth, typical Assassin's Creed type character is I forget her descent. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. So anyways, you see how that works. You know what I mean? If you don't know, just keep it moving. So yeah, they showed a 13-minute gameplay walkthrough. So if you want to watch that in its entirety, you definitely can. I'm obviously going to be touching more on that when I get into Assassin's Creed Shadows. But let's move on to Prince of Persia franchise that was also showcased. Basically, multiple updates and new content will be implemented into Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. And, you see it right here, right when I'm talking about it. That's great. So, if you don't know, I'm talking about Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, basically showing different things, different games that was shown at the showcase. Wait, does that say 2026? Oh, we skipping that. Ain't no way. All right, X Defiant. I hate when games show their trailer and they be like, "Oh, coming out in 2028." Like, brother, don't even show your game then. If it's not coming out in the next one, I guess 2 years would be 2026. Yeah, I take that back. All right, I'll give y'all a slight pass. So Prince of Persia, multiple updates are coming, new content, story DLC titled The Mask of Darkness in September 2024. Ah, okay, there we go. And then I guess it's another Prince of Persia game I was talking about. So the Rogue Prince of Persia update, Temple of Fire, and then the Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time remake that's the remake is delayed to 2026. All right, I was finna blow a gasket. I was like, what in the world? But anyways, so yeah, the original Prince of Persia that's been out is getting story DLC and things of that nature. Then we have X Defiant, free-to-play shooter game, which is basically having the first season, which includes new maps, capture the flag mode, new weapons, a new faction, and I heard from somewhere they're having new accessibility options. I think that's like accessibility. Anyways, y'all get what I'm saying. New options, and I think it like allows you to go to the top of the map to shoot people with point blank range. You know what I mean? Like headshots, confirm things of that nature. I think one of them is like a superhero mod where you get to fly around and shoot people, constantly without having to reload. And then there was another one where you just go invisible, like for the entire game. So yeah, that's a nice little addition to X Defiant. Nah, I'll just play it. I'll just basically poking fun at all the cheaters on X Defiant, because one thing about being an ex Call of Duty developer, you start to realize those security provisions that Activision had is definitely needed, because let me tell you, the cheaters are running rampant in X Defiant. If you don't believe me, just look up X Defiant cheating. It's literally the easiest thing to find. Hold on, let's just type it in right now, right? For all my people watching the video. X Defiant, like it's just rampant at this point. Like if you ain't using cheats, you just not playing the game right. Let's just type in cheaters, right? First cheat on X Defiant. What is this one? I want to show like a clear version, because sometimes. Okay, that's a flashbang that basically destroyed this man's whole entire game. That's great. Found my first blatant cheater, joined halfway reach. Let me see. First cheat on X Defiant. Like, it's just a bunch of people going through this stuff. Like, you really can't play the game without, being caught in cheats. And it's unfortunate, but it is free to play. So it's like, oh yeah, here's a great one. All right, so the best way you can tell when somebody's cheating is, it's pretty blatant. It's not like, oh, you have to squint or anything. But basically, as you can see right here in the top, keep in mind the top right of the screen. It will show you. Does that say Notorious NIG? Bro, I swear, bro, racism in gaming is just accepted. Like, I just don't understand. Anyways, let's keep going. We just gonna disregard that. But look in the top right, obviously you could see how he's cheating. Oh, that's the person who's cheating. That's insane. So as you can see, people are leaving the match because they see this person is cheating. Oh yeah, the Superman mod I was talking about. Look, he's in the air. This is a new feature coming to X Defiant. Look, my man in the air, nothing too crazy. Obviously, he playing the game fair. You know what I'm saying? Like he just got to the Superman upgrade before the rest of the game. It's like they really just need to get good if you want to be, in all honesty, So yeah, that's just how people been blatantly cheating on X Defiant. Just in case y'all didn't believe me. So anyways, and then a plethora of other games. At the end of the day, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. I know a bunch of people love that game. That's one of the more high quality games I've ever seen in life. Like, so high quality that nobody's playing it because we're just not worthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as the gameplay mechanics, is one of those where you play the game without playing the game. You know what I'm saying? That's how good it is. So anyways, that just belongs in the dumpster. And then you have Skull and Bones, the Crew Motorfest, and then the Rogue Prince of Persia. So that's what I was talking about earlier. What else? Yeah, the event showcase was roughly 2 hours. Heavy emphasis on Assassin's Creed and Star Wars Outlaws. And the biggest thing you need to know is that Ubisoft definitely showed why it deserved its own conference, showcasing some of the premier highlights, which is Assassin's Creed and Star Wars Outlaws. And the release dates for those specific games: Star Wars Outlaws is coming out August 30th, 2024, so pretty soon. And Assassin's Creed is coming out November 15th, 2024. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What did you think of the Ubisoft Forward for 2024? And what games were you intrigued the most to the point where you'll end up purchasing it? Now, of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm currently playing gameplay from the Star Wars Outlaws.
At the top, where it should be.
Of course, that's the main protagonist of the game.
Let's go, Nix.
If you don't know, the name is Kay Vest, the main character of the game. And of course, we have a person narrating it, but I'm talking over him, so we're gonna mute that. But the main point for Star Wars Outlaws is for you to know that this is the first ever Star Wars game being set in an open world. That's the biggest thing you need to know. Because as far as having an open world game set in the Star Wars universe, I mean, what could go wrong, right? I mean, that's the same thing they said about the Acolyte, and people are acting the fool. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, let's get into more positive reviews, as Star Wars Outlaws is seemingly showing promise, as the gameplay they showcase is fantastic, showing an open world adventure with multiple options that seemingly will affect how the story plays out. And that's a big deal, because if you don't know, one of the bigger plights I have with open world games is false choices. Basically, what I mean by that is having a question and then your response could be A, B, or C, but then all the outcomes lead up to A, right? So if you have different ways of playing the game, I believe you should have different outcomes at the end of the game, if it's based in the open world in an actual RPG. So as far as the story IP, I don't know how much liberty they've been given to just expand with this video game, but apparently it should take you about 25 to 35 hours to beat the game as far as the main storyline. But as far as doing everything in the game, it's saying that it will take you around 50 to 60 hours. So definitely will tell you that this game is going to be lengthy and it would take you a minute to beat, which, if done right as far as the story, I think can be captivating to most. Because the biggest thing for me when it comes to this game is the story. As you can see right now, the space travel, you can get in space dogfights, and then on ground, you can go into stealth missions, side missions, bounty quests. The transitions from planet to planet is smooth to the point where it's more of a Starfield than Starfield. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this right here as far as the transition, because I've already watched this, of course. But you're traveling to a planet, right? Obviously it says initiate landing, and then the loading screen is very interesting because it's showing you going into the planet. And not only is it showing you going into the planet, I believe you probably could skip this, just like in Mass Effect when you're able to skip when you're going to a planet. But as far as this, they're showing you how you go into the planet. And that transition from getting into the planet is straight fire. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's if they do that for every planet, which I'm assuming they are, that is a fire transition. So with the open world setting, it seems like they put a lot of thought into the overall aspects of making an open world game, because there's a lot that goes into an open world game. I mean, needless to say, right? But as far as the important details, this game is coming out on every platform. Well, not every platform. It's coming out on PlayStation 5, Windows PC, and Xbox Series X and S. Release date is August 30th, August 27th for early access with the Ultimate Edition. So keep that in mind if you wanted to pay for the Ultimate Edition, which I believe I have up here. Yeah, so the base game is $70. The Gold Edition is $109. The Ultimate Edition is $129, offering additional content and early access. So if you think about that, it's up to you to decide if you want to pay that extra price to get like what was it, 3 days early access. I don't know if it's worth it as far as the 70 versus the $130. Like it's not. I don't know if it's worth it, but for hardcore Star Wars fans, they probably got it. You know what I'm saying? They probably got it and will probably spend it. So yeah. With that being said, the biggest thing is that you will be a bounty hunter, and the main element of the story is you will have a companion, Nyx, who assists with a lot of tasks and a lot of actions as far as mechanics. And I think one portion of this gameplay kind of showcased that. Yeah, right here, I believe.
Nyx, attack.
Yeah, that's one of the main ways you can use your assistant via, it's like a pet, but also helps you out in combat as far as stealth and things of that nature. So, a lot of things in this game: gunplay, stealth mechanics, space dogfights, platforming. I mean, you name it. So that's why I'm saying that the story will be the thing that drives this home, because it's saying, well, seemingly the people with hands-on earlier impressions are saying that it doesn't do anything like unique, but if the story is just straight up fire, it doesn't need to do anything unique, because it could just lay its head on having a tremendous story. Sort of like Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Well, the gameplay for that was amazing. But let's not get it twisted. That's my game of the year for 2023. I don't know why I didn't get any nominations or anything of that nature. I think it's because of the launch and how unoptimized it was. But for me, personally, it ran fine for me. And that's still, to this day, my favorite game of 2023. And Spider-Man 2 came out, and y'all know how I feel about Spider-Man as a character. So, yeah, that's why I'm probably going to play this game, because I just think we're in I'm not going to say a golden age of Star Wars video games, because, of course, back in the day, you had games like KOTOR, you have games like Star Wars Unleashed, and those in its own sense are just straight up classics. So I'm not going to say we're in a golden age of Star Wars video games, but I will say that with the Cal Kestis storyline going on, and if this one is actually as great as people are saying it is, I think we can make an argument for it being another golden age in the Star Wars fandom when video games are considered. So with that being said, a lot of things are talked about as far as the timeline, and just to, set the official word, it's set between The Empire Strikes Back and The Return of the Jedi. So exactly where Cal Kestis storyline is taking place. So that's why people are assuming that Cal Kestis may end up showing up in this video game, which, if you look at it, technically he fits right in. You know what I mean? Like, as far as the storyline and how they're both looking for certain things in the universe, and how their storylines could mesh, and they could have a collab game where it could be like a system where you could choose whether to go with what's her name again? Where you could choose to go with Kay Vess or Cal Kestis. And if you think about it, it already has a ring to it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the biggest thing. There's a lot of other stuff that's kind of minuscule. So I wanted to concise and condense everything to give you the main overview of this game. And, with this gameplay, is more grounded. I talk about Cal Kestis, but Kay Vess is more grounded, just being a simple bounty hunter. And them showing the Rancor right here, like, I'm not going to lie to you, they better not have no MJ moment in Spider-Man 2 where she just straight up 1v1s a Rancor. She better run away from a Rancor if she sees one. I think it shows it. Where is it at? Oh yeah, right here. If she 1v1s a Rancor, I don't want to hear no more about the MJ missions in Spider-Man 2, because let me tell you, that should be impossible. Like, no mere bounty hunter should be able to take out Rancor. I know y'all talking about like Boba Fett or something, but that's like the top of the top. Like, maybe, you know what I mean? But Rancor is usually the cream of the crop. Like, even Cal Kestis has trouble with it. But I don't want to nerd out. Y'all, you know what I mean? I don't want to nerd out too much. So, anyways, that's basically the premise of the game. At the end of the day, another addition to the Star Wars legacy, and it seemingly is going to be a high quality addition, which is great timing, you know, because seems like people ain't really messing with the Acolyte. So with Star Wars Outlaws set to come out August 30th, August 27th, for people who want to pay that $130 for the Ultimate Edition. Hopefully it's a nice change of pace when it comes to the discourse with Star Wars content. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Star Wars Outlaws as a whole? And what's the biggest thing that stands out to you when it comes to Star Wars Outlaws? And are you going to be purchasing the game? Now, of course, we're getting into Assassin's Creed Shadows. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Benevolence and cruelty.
Because best believe me,
I tread my own path in this divided land.
This character right here has caused so much controversy. But other than that, of course, this game is set to come out November 15th, 2024. And of course, I'm talking over the gameplay. It's not really a showcase of the gameplay, even though it is. It's not fully a showcase. I'm just playing it so people who are watching the video version can see and hear it, as, you know, while I talk about it. Because I believe it don't have any copyrighted music. But anyways, so basically Ubisoft has a lot of detailed insights into Assassin's Creed Shadow. One is that it's coming out November 15th on every platform. The game is set in feudal Japan, and it's very anticipated for the simple fact that people have been wanting an Assassin's Creed set in Japan. I mean, the whole premise of having a ninja-like character and never having a game set in Japan is absurd, right? So now that we have one set in Japan, it's very anticipated amongst not only Assassin's Creed fans, but also just gamers in general. And as you can see right here, already a candidate for Game of the Year, as you can pet the dog. So, you know, you have two characters. This one is Yasuke, I think that's how you say it. A samurai character inspired by a historical figure. It's always about that historical accuracy. Nah, I'm just joking. He embodies more of a direct combat style with brutal and powerful attacks. And now, because I've already watched the showcase, we're just going to fast forward to the showcase of, you know, just throwing straight hands. And let me tell you, he was throwing something. And let me tell you, I felt every single impact. I would say no Diddy, but it's Pride Month. You know what I'm saying? So we just going to let it rock. But anyways, so this man got that thing on the back. And when he swings that, I'm not going to lie to you, I feel bad for the enemies.
This isn't your fight, samurai.
So that's the guy he got knocked off.
I told you, keep walking.
Side step. Let me get that right quick. All his armor gone. Hey, look, you never seen the face of regret more than after this swing right here. Watch this. When you fighting somebody, think you can take them, and then you get hit in the mouth. Look, right here, he think about life. He like, ain't no way I just signed up for this. That man not even swinging back. That's some invincible. That remind me of when what was his name? The tiger dude. I forget his name. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. But anyways, I think it was like Beast or something. But when he took out Mark, spoiler alert, I guess, for season 1. But basically, he hit Mark with a devastating blow, and that's what it reminded me of. Obviously, in the show, it was way more bloody, but you know, just the way he was swinging this reminded me of that. Like, he really taking people's heads off with this weapon right here. I don't even know what this is called, but you know, it's definitely a brutal style. So, anyways, that's one side of the game. You can play as a heavy character and just straight up obliterate people. I mean, look at this. I mean, goodness, like, that man had a family. You know what I'm saying? And then one of my favorite parts was, I think it's coming up. Hold on. Yeah, right here. I think it's right here. Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts in the whole showcase.
Take your peace.
Like, goodness, who that man is? Zion Williams? That man jumped in the air with the 40-inch vert. And mind you, he has on armor too. Like, obviously it's a video game, but still, like, you know.
Take your peace.
Like, goodness. That is league bound right there. Like, as far as vert, he is up there with the greatest. You know what I'm saying? I might as well give him a 10-day contract, but of course the league didn't exist back then. But anyways, so yeah, that is the Yasuke part of the game, and a lot of options are given to you regarding who you want to play as you can see right here. This man finished murking everybody, you know. Oh no, he got heart. I know, ain't no way he just saw everybody just go out like that and still try to fight him.
I was going to handle that.
And then we got what's her name? Brenda Song from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. No, I'm just playing. Let me chill. I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy.
The samurai has been stealing from the village.
Let me chill. My fault.
He has been starving the people here for some
Yeah, that's what they do to black people all the time. They be compared us to random other black people. I can't be doing that to other ethnicities. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? My fault. Just jokes.
So now we know who he worked for.
Anyways, what else? So yeah, so that character is Naoe.
Not before we send our
Naoe. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. It's Naoe. So I'm just pronouncing it out. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, her character is focused on stealth, of course, reminiscent of just the classic Assassin's Creed gameplay. As far as using rooftop, shuriken, environmental manipulation,
We can sneak in.
really just gives you the option on how you want to play the game. As right here it says you can sneak in or you can charge the front gate, and then it gives you an option on who you want to play as.
It's almost
And
up.
for a certain demographic, I'm talking about the Caucasian community, just not get it twisted. You already know where they going with. I mean, the blatant racism I've seen caused by one game is just absurd. So anyways,
No one will see me coming.
this is some of Naoe's gameplay, and I'm not gonna lie to you, even me personally, this is my type of play style. Like, I grew up playing like Splinter Cell type games with my cousin. Just a lot of stealth actions that I've enjoyed as a kid. So I prefer to play games like this. So as you can see, she's going around being stealth, and I would assume that you can't just go in there guns blazing, because I believe she's more of a I'm not gonna say a glass cannon, but she can't take as much punishment as Yasuke, of course, because he's basically a
You're
heavy.
mine now, Snake.
So as you see right here, they're showing gameplay. She's switching to the shuriken or whatever. She knocked out the light, and then of course, great Ubisoft AI. He didn't even see her coming right in front of him. I mean, goodness. Ubisoft never disappoints with the funny AI. So with that being said, of course, at the end of the day, those are the two play styles you can play as: just straight up murking people with a band hammer, or sneaking around taking out people silently. And as far as the technical support, apparently the Apple showcase showed that the Assassin's Creed video game will be available on the iPad OS 18, which is very interesting for an iPad to get an entire game. I mean, as far as emulation, that's been a thing. But as far as it being officially announced, that's kind of interesting. And it's one of those things where this game, being the figurehead for that, showcases the amount of respect and the amount of just confidence they have in the quality level of this game. Other additional things is that the map is smaller but more focused, and the developers of this game have compared it to Valhalla, saying that it will be smaller but rich in content and diversity. And if you play Valhalla, you definitely know that when Ubisoft says they packed it with things to do, best believe me, it's a Ubisoft game. And from multiple games I've watched, read up on, seen, they definitely have a lot to do in every single Assassin's Creed game. I don't know if there's one Assassin's Creed game where there's just nothing to do. Like, it may all be boring as far as the amount of stuff to do, but they always have something to do. You know what I mean? In their open world games. So the public reception, of course, was positive. A lot of people enjoyed the character dynamics and the gameplay mechanics. I mean, being able to choose whether you want to go in with the band hammer or sneak around, automatically that adds replayability for Assassin's Creed. And of course, that's the target. So a lot of these is just taking out the main person. And I think that's the core gameplay loop. It's just focusing on certain people and taking out the people around them before you get to that ultimate boss. Sort of like a Mortal Kombat tower when you're leading up, you know, you're eventually leading up to the main person you're going after. So yeah, I don't want to bore you too much. Let's go to the end. As you can see, she's underground right here. And then this is some of her melee combat. As you can see, she's not really doing that much damage. Like, she covers a large area with that little circle attack, but as far as damage, she doesn't really do that much damage compared to this man when he just straight up.
I'll wash away his failure with your blood. You will have to spill it first.
See, just like 2 to 3 hits and he taking out people. So it's a little different as far as play styles. But anyways, I think y'all get it. So you can pre-order the game now. Obviously, it goes without saying, Assassin's Creed remains Ubisoft's best-selling franchise. So they definitely uphold this franchise with a level of quality and expectance level as far as when it comes out. Over 200 million copies sold globally regarding the Assassin's Creed franchise. And as far as this particular game, it comes out November 15th, 2024 on Mac, PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and of course, the iPad. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about, well, what's the thing that stands out the most to you when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows? And if you're planning on getting the game, what character will you be playing as the most?
Where should I fly to first?
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because of course, I'm playing a particular video right now that will make sense in just a second.
The pit of the donut. Thank you, turkey. Buckle up. Let's see where we shall go next. The Danish. Clearly from Brussels. Hello, Greece, where the yogurt flows like water. Yes, like go-gurt, but to stay. So good. Pulling into Spain. Baked to perfection. Can you believe it? It all comes with the room. Yes! I love being incontinent. I love being incontinent. A delight to the senses. Isn't it, my friend? Isn't it? Yes! I'll have what I'm having. I'll have what I'm having.
I ain't gonna lie, this video pretty funny.
So good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, of course, if you was watching the video along with the audio at Analytic Dreamz on Spotify, you will see that it is a accurate representation of how Xbox Game Pass subscribers are feeling. Because at this point, you know, I'm not a financial advisor, but what I would say for future plans of your portfolio, investing into the Xbox Game Pass would probably be considered a smart investment. Because let me tell you something. Not only do you get a plethora of AAA games, because, you know, sometimes seeing is believing. And throughout all the rumors, Xbox kept it close to the vest. And guess what?
Another one.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Another one.
Indiana Jones, The Great Circle.
Another one.
Gears of War, E-Day.
Another one.
Doom, The Dark Ages.
Another one.
Wukong.
Another one.
Perfect Dark.
Another one.
Flight Simulator. Stalker 2. Flintlock.
Another one.
Atomfall. Hold on now. Fable.
Another one.
All right, y'all get the point, right? Having an Xbox Game Pass at this point is beyond a smart investment. Because I don't know if y'all know, but Xbox went through a lot to even have Call of Duty available on the Game Pass. I mean, the Federal Trade Commission themselves went after Xbox, aka Microsoft, and told them that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard simply to make Call of Duty exclusive on the Xbox. That was the biggest assumption when we're talking about how and what Microsoft would do when they acquired Activision Blizzard. But of course, there wasn't any real evidence, because at the end of the day, the judge ruled in favor of Microsoft, basically throwing away the FTC's injunction request. The verdict was announced on July 11th, 2023. And then the Activision Blizzard acquisition went through. And now, in today's age, ladies and gentlemen, Call of Duty is available on the Game Pass. I mean, talk about flipping the sentiment that all Xbox games are coming to the to the PlayStation. Phil Spencer basically said, yes, our Xbox games are indeed coming to the PlayStation, but y'all get it for $70. Everybody else who owns the Game Pass gets it for free. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look up how much it costs to subscribe to Xbox Game Pass. To put this in perspective, mind you, one individual game on PlayStation would be $70. Xbox subscription costs $9.99 a month, while all all-inclusive Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is priced at $16.99 per month. So, of course, those are the two trials as far as those are the two memberships when subscribing to Xbox Game Pass. So if you do the math, which, it's pretty easy nowadays to do the math on that, $120 yearly. And let's just say you wanted to play Call of Duty and you wanted to play Doom, The Dark Ages. Well, guess what? You're already at $140. And then let's just say you also wanted to play Gears of War. Well, now, you done surpassed $210. Remind you, I am a PS5 owner, so I have no horse in the race. I just acknowledge great business practices when I see it. Because as a gamer, we should champion a company giving us value for our dollar. Because at the end of the day, competition is what makes these companies go out and do things like this. Because if they was the only console on the market, best believe they wouldn't be so generous with giving you so much value for your dollar. So anyways, as you can probably tell, the Xbox Game Showcase happened just not too long ago, as major titles were released day one as far as the showcase, and then others as far as the major titles were revealed to come soon, like Black Ops set to come out October. Obviously, there was a lot of other games revealed to come out even sooner, but the biggest deal with that was the Xbox Game Pass in all of its glory, because even with the NVIDIA app, you can have access to 3 months of PC Game Pass. Because if you don't know, Game Pass is also on PC. So let me put that up on the screen right now. So basically right here, as you can see, create a NVIDIA account. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Create an NVIDIA account. If you created an account previously, head here and check you're enrolled in GeForce Rewards. Download and install. Hold up, this is the original tweet, by the way. If you want to go look it up, it's Warlow64 on Twitter. Yeah, I guess. He has the actual link. So, anyways, download and install GeForce Experience or NVIDIA App Beta, or alternatively, access GeForce Now rewards and follow the steps listed at the link. Open either GeForce Experience or the NVIDIA app with a GeForce GTX 10 series or newer desktop, PC, or laptop. Log in to your NVIDIA account with your chosen app. Click on the redeem section. Select the PC Game Pass GeForce reward starting June 4th at 6 a.m., which of course is already passed, so it's available to do now. So basically just follow the on-screen instructions. But I just wanted to read that off for people who is only listening audio-wise. So anyways, the biggest thing with the Game Pass is majority of the titles featured during the showcase are going to be released day one on the Game Pass. That obviously is $9.99 a month. So if you just want to play a game maybe for 2 months, I mean, come on now, $20 a month. I mean, $20 for the price of a $70 game. I mean, come on, you can't really beat that. I mean, I don't know how long it takes y'all to beat games, but I would assume you could beat majority games in like 2 months. Also, as far as hardware being addressed in the showcase, they announced a new diskless Xbox Series X and S consoles with a special edition with 2 terabytes of storage. And I'm laughing because I saw somebody comment, because I watched the show and I watch all these shows, but somebody was commenting, this is the Call of Duty console. Because the whole rumor about Black Ops being 300 gigabytes, which is not true, by the way. But of course, I still don't put it, I don't put to the side that Call of Duty could be beyond expansive as far as taking up a lot of storage in your hard drive. So a lot of people is calling the 2 terabytes console a Call of Duty console, which honestly, you know what Kendrick say? Let me put y'all on game. You know, there's this terabyte. I forget what it's called. Let me see. External storage device for let's just do Xbox, because I have one in my PS5, but I want to do one for Xbox. What's it called? Because this is a specific one I want to recommend. I don't want to recommend any bad ones. I want to recommend the one I've been using that I could personally, you know, attest to it. So yeah, here it is. Okay, so the WD Black CS50 is an expansion card that basically gives you more storage in your console. And the reason why I'm highlighting this is simply for the fact that these hard drives, I believe, are not as expensive as just going out and buying a new console. So if you want to get, let's see, if you wanted to get one of those for your Xbox console, it would be about $80. And think about it, a whole console for $400 to $500, or just get an external hard drive for like $80. I mean, you do the math. So that's why I put that out there, because I know some people are like, I got to get a whole new console for more hard drive, when in all actuality, there's a whole slot, sort of like a PC, how you can upgrade it. There's a whole slot in each and every current gen console, because Xbox Series X and PC and PS5 are technically current gen. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people get confused, but for current gen consoles, there's an extra slot for external hard drive. And it used to be like that for the last editions, like PS4, Xbox One, things of that nature, but a lot of people just aren't aware of it. So anyways, you know, instead of going out and buying a 2 terabytes of, you know, a whole new console, you can just buy $80 external hard drive. So anyways, as far as the subscription model, heavy emphasis on the Game Pass, of course, is Xbox, but the basis is centered around attracting more users despite the decrease in full game sales. Because if you don't know, this is basically the streaming era. We are in the streaming era, and unlike music fans, other fans don't know how to handle this much consumption at a monthly subscription. Music fans, we've been ripping whole albums and singles for free, to the point where all artists are upset and angry, but they can't do anything about it. Now, developers, movie directors, I mean, the whole Scarlett Johansson Disney Plus lawsuit was about the Black Widow movie going to streaming and then not being directly in a contract. So it's one of those things to where we're in the streaming era and people are trying to get the recoup, well, not recoup our investment, but basically they're trying to get their royalties when it comes to streaming. And what you're coming to find out is a lot of companies really don't make a lot of companies don't make a lot from streaming, you know? So I believe streaming is more pro-consumer than it is pro-company, which is why you see a lot of people coming out and raising the subscription prices, because the owner of Gamma, subdivision of Universal Music Group, gave a perfect analogy. It's like going into Best Buy or going into a music shop, paying $9 a month, and you having access to every single album and single in that store. Really never heard of, if you think about in the past when it comes to purchasing music, right? You have to pay $12 to $15 for an album. Nowadays, you pay a subscription, and if you're a student at a college, you get an even more, you get a discount, which makes it even more inexpensive to purchase, and you have access to entire artist catalog. So that's why I put it like that, because basically the Xbox Game Pass is in the same sense, the same thing, basically $9 a month, or if you want the all-inclusive ultimate tier is $17 a month, which still, for a $70 game, if you're playing 2 or 3 of them at a time, I mean, think about it. You're really getting your money's worth. If you're only planning on subscribing for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, you still get your money's worth. So anyways, so all of the backlash Xbox's face when it came to their games coming to PlayStation. They basically gave the best ether for that argument, because everybody who is talking about Xbox game coming to PlayStation, they would have to pay the full $70 price. For Xbox Game Pass subscribers, and I promise you this is not an ad, I'm just glad a company is actually giving us value for our dollar, because too often companies try to squeeze the life out of you when it comes to your wallet. And this is honestly one of the best game showcases I've ever seen in my life. As far as value for your dollar, I can't exaggerate the amount of content that you could get just by simply subscribing to the Xbox Game Pass. So it's not an ad. It's just I'm a consumer, and this is the most pro-consumer conference, gaming conference I've ever seen, like ever. So anyways, Xbox players, y'all definitely got a dub. As far as the totality, Xbox Game Showcase basically doubled down on the Game Pass, announced a plethora of games, with the highlights being Call of Duty, Doom, Diablo 4, just so many games, right? Just so many games coming to Xbox Game Pass. Beyond positive response to the showcase. I mean, if you're a consumer and don't like the Xbox Showcase, then something might be wrong with you. But anyways, the whole number of just upcoming titles on the Xbox Game Pass just strongly showcases Microsoft's vision and how they want to go about this gaming industry, despite the challenges they face financially because of COVID. Because let's not put aside the fact that a lot of studios have been shut down by Xbox. I mean, the studio of Hi-Fi Rush just announced they're shutting down. Think about that. Successful game like Hi-Fi Rush, and now on the Game Pass, mind you, and they're shutting down. So it's not like it's been all peaches and roses, right? The Game Pass has had its ups, had its downs. Some would say mostly downs. I mean, if we're talking about Redfall, talking about some of the other titles that came out as far as just being completely garbage and not lending themselves to promoting the Game Pass like Xbox thought acquiring these indie studios would, it all led to this. Them finally coming back with an actual roadmap of just straight bangers. I mean, Doom, Dragon Age, Starfield, the DLC, Shattered Space coming out. It doesn't give a definitive date. It just says launching 2024. Metal Gear Solid, Perfect Dark reboot, Fable, Life is Strange, Double Exposure, Indiana Jones. I mean, the list just goes on. And obviously, I've already did an entire segment on Call of Duty because that was the biggest one as far as what they show. So I don't want to take up too much of your time because at the end of the day, let me tell you something. All of this information given at a showcase, I like to condense it and make it concise for people out there busy and not having a lot of time just to, watch a whole showcase. So I wanted to break it down for you. And as you'll probably tell, this is one of the best showcases I've ever seen. Like, I would advise you to go back and watch it. That's how good it is. I never go back and rewatch showcases, but Xbox, it was just like it wasn't no talking. It was on site. Phil Spencer went up there, talked about, Xbox, Microsoft for a little bit, and destroyed game after game after game after game. That's why I played that video at the beginning, because it is a great time to be an Xbox gamer. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What was your favorite game revealed at the Xbox Game Showcase? And with all of the games being announced, set to come day one on Xbox Game Pass, will you be getting an Xbox console? If you already have one, will you be subscribing to the Game Pass? To all of my OG Xbox gamers out there, let's collectively pour one out for Master Chief. Now, I don't know if you've heard the segment yet, but Xbox Game Showcase, I just covered it. And let me tell you something. The one thing, and it hurt my heart as a OG Halo Reach fan, one thing that was not mentioned throughout the entire Xbox showcase, not a teaser or any news, not an update. Technically, they have a game out currently, just nobody plays it. So I feel for Xbox, not even Xbox, I feel for Halo fans. Because let me tell you, if you're a Halo fan, I'm not being dramatic, this is probably some of the most disappointing times to live in. Because not only did Xbox just strictly give up on the mascot, because if you don't remember, Gears and Halo were the reasons for why Xbox was so coveted. So for Master Chief to fall off like this, when in terms of the masses, is definitely upsetting, and safe to say that Halo is dead. And there's a plethora of reasons I could point out, but just not seeing any Halo related content at the Xbox showcase, I mean, goodness gracious, at that point, we might as well just say RIP Master Chief, because it's over for him. That's like the mascot of the Boston Celtics getting changed to another person because it's not popular anymore amongst the masses. Like, that's how big and pivotal the mascot as far as Xbox. Like, the two go hand in hand, and it was nowhere to be found. So anyways, obviously this segment is about Doom, the Dark Ages, and it ties into what I was saying to start, because I do believe Halo is not the mascots anymore for Xbox. For one, it's Call of Duty, of course, with the acquisition of Activision. Is now Call of Duty the face of Xbox as far as just why you should get a Xbox, simply for the fact that Game Pass will have Call of Duty day one, and it's only $10 a month to subscribe. So with that out the way, the other two, which are still heavy hitters, which shows you the amount of heavy content the Game Pass holds currently, is Doom and Gears of War. Now, of course, Gears of War is more of the OG figurehead for Xbox as far as why people went out and bought a console. But what I will say is that I think the main reason, doubling back to the Master Chief, because I'm still not over it. Like, as an OG Halo Reach fan, I'm not going to lie. It's like seeing Mario for Nintendo fall off. Like, that's how bad it is in the gaming industry. Like, Master Chief, as far as the Xbox franchise, was such a staple that to see it fall off, you only have 343 Industries to blame, Bonnie Ross to blame. Yes, I'm naming heads of companies right now. So, hey, I may get canceled. But yeah, Bonnie Ross and what she's been doing as far as, making decisions on the Halo IP. The Halo Infinite botched release, because of course the game was promising, which made it even more hurtful when it eventually fell off. And then the post-release support for Halo Infinite just being non-existent, which is just upsetting, because is this not the figurehead of your console or not, right? You would think the support surrounding Halo Infinite will be better as far as listening to the fans. But of course, they didn't. They disappointed fans. The lack of ongoing support definitely impacted and heavily impacted the game's longevity. And as far as Bonnie Ross, if you wanted me to go into more detail for that, she's basically the head of 343 Industries. And let me tell you, they've done some of the worst things you could do when acquiring iconic and coveted IP such as Halo. Because remind you, Bungie, who is the original creator of Halo, gave the IP to 343 Industries. But unfortunately, 343 just fumbled the bag. They just ultimately drove that IP into the ground. So, it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, all we can do is just, mourn and move on. So, in terms of moving on, Doom, The Dark Ages and Gears of War, both of those games that's coming soon, are basically going to fill the void for Halo fans, I would say. Anyways, so Doom, The Dark Ages has been revealed to come out 2025 with day one availability on the Game Pass. And of course, unlike previous Doom games, because each and every Doom game, I don't know what it is about the genre, but it just spawns all type of copycats. So the originator of this style of gameplay is back again, and not only are they not relying on their core gameplay, which is already cemented in hip hop, already cemented in gaming history, but they're back again to give Doom it's like a Kratos effect. They gave him a new weapon that will, it seemingly will change up the combat, as he has a new shield, I believe. Yeah, so it's a shield, which you see right here, Analytic Dreamz on video, to see the video along with the audio. But basically, he is Captain America now. Like, he's just throwing his shield and it's coming back to him like Thor's hammer. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I compared it to Kratos and God of War, because I think that weapon choice will change up the gameplay to make this game feel unique throughout the Doom franchise, which is why I feel like Dark Ages will be one of the better games to come out. And obviously, as you can see right now, the game is going to be kind of bloody. So anyways, set to be released 2025, coming out on every platform. But if you own the Game Pass, you'll get it for free. And I say for free. I mean, it's a $10 subscription, a monthly subscription. I mean, at that point, if you just want to play Doom for 2 days, I mean, technically it's for free. I mean, goodness, at that point, if that ain't for free, then I don't know what is. What else? I think there was something else I was wanting to get into, because of course we're going to get into the trailer, like in totality as far as the audio. But right now I wanted to cover some things as far as the standouts. Oh, you have the Mech and Dragons, which includes new elements such as mech suit and rideable dragons. And I know that's going to entice a bunch of gamers, because if there's one thing about mech suits and dragons, if Armored Core and if Dragon's Dogma didn't show you one thing, is that people love a mech suit and people love fighting, riding, anything that has you interacting with a dragon. So that's definitely a plus. And of course, what goes without saying, but this is a very, very graphic game. Don't let your kids play it. You know what I'm saying? As far as the story, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what's going on. The last time I've listened to hardcore Doom players, I'm not going to say that they basically stated the story doesn't matter, but it's really just all about the gameplay. It's kind of like Elden Ring. Like, there's a story there, and if you want to go deeper into it, it makes sense. But as far as the gameplay mechanics, you can still enjoy the game without playing the previous ones. So yeah, but if you do want to know about the story, it's basically his time with the Argenta tribe on their home planet Argentiner, blending sci-fi and fantasy elements. So it's a little bit more of a medieval gothic horror type theme, maintaining, of course, the series' identity while also introducing new thematic elements. I mean, look at this shot right here as far as the two dragons on top of each other. Talk about Pride Month. Where is it at? I think it's right here. It was like a blink if you miss a moment. Like, look at this right here. Like, goodness gracious, what is going on right here? Anyways, let's keep going. So, at the end of the day, Doom is set to be a great installment into the franchise, and the last game already so much critical acclaim, and ID Software just continues to prove why they're one of the best gaming studios out in today's age. So anyways, with that being said, without further ado, once again, Analytic Dreamz on video, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Let's get into the trailer, which is Doom, The Dark Ages official trailer. I don't know if this heavy metal music is copyrighted or not, but I guess we'll find out, right? Look at that. Look at that Captain America type gameplay. Him just throwing the shield and it coming back to him like Thor's hammer. Look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That's actually kind of fire. And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. I think it's safe to say 2025 will be in a similar light to 2023 as being one of the best years in gaming history. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Doom, the Dark Ages launch trailer? And at the end of the day, if you don't have an Xbox, does this entice you to get an Xbox? And if you do have an Xbox, does this entice you to get the Xbox Game Pass subscription? Now, of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're getting into one of the more renowned acquisitions from Xbox, aka Microsoft. I mean, to the point where Sony tried to pull a UMG as far as what they did to TikTok. Because when I tell you Sony did not want this deal to go through, that is exactly what happened. The deal went through, and now, because of that deal, the premise and the structure of it is interesting, because Black Ops will now be available on the Xbox Game Pass day one, allowing Xbox Game Pass subscribers to access the game without additional charges. So that's one of the biggest reasons that Microsoft wanted to acquire them, just to gain more people to exclusively buy Xbox. Because if you don't know, which it should be common knowledge at this point, there's nobody outselling Call of Duty when it comes to a totality standpoint. I mean, I think the first time Call of Duty was outsold was last year with Hogwarts Legacy, and you know what happened with that as far as the boycott and everything. I mean, it's, as far as one of the most unsuccessful boycotts of all time, I think Hogwarts Legacy is up there, because if you look it up, it's the most successful game of 2023. Now, with that out the way, let's get into Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Now, of course, along with the video, I'm going to play the audio with it when I get to that point. But right now, I'm just playing the video as I have some things to break down as far as like just letting y'all know the gravity of the situation as far as being a PlayStation owner and an Xbox owner. Already covered that as far as it comes to Xbox Game Pass day one. For PlayStation people, I mean, it's still coming to those platforms, so it's not an exclusive. The Xbox Game Pass is just the biggest thing when it comes to the Xbox acquiring just the people who make Call of Duty, because there's a bunch of different studios who makes Call of Duty. It's not just one. But for this particular one, of course, we're back again with Treyarch, and the biggest thing with that is the storyline, because it's going to continue from just the previous storylines and focus on conspiracies involving a group called the Pantheon infiltrating the CIA. And then with that, of course, there's new characters that are joining the game. Frank Woods, the Hollywood member of Black Ops franchise at this point, is of course now a CIA mentor, and it's not like a spoiler. Of course, it's shown in the trailer. It's not like some like undiscovered knowledge or anything. But Frank Woods is in the game, a CIA mentor, and he supports the protagonist, Troy Marshall. So you'll be playing the game mostly. Well, I don't even know if it's mostly, but you'll be playing the game as the main protagonist, Troy Marshall. So with that being said, of course, a lot of other things was showcased in the Xbox Game Showcase, because if you don't know, this is the premier time to showcase what your little Timmy should be playing as far as the summer goes, because everybody's vying for that game of the summer title. Even though I think, I'm a little biased, but I think game of the summer is going to go to Elden Ring DLC, but that's just me. So anyways, the differences between this Call of Duty compared to the rest is, interestingly enough, not minuscule, is the movement. That's the biggest improvement this time. So Black Ops 6 is introducing Omni movement, which allows movement in any direction. And at first, you're probably going to think you're like, of course, you could go in any direction. You could do that with any game. Well, you have to actually watch the gameplay to see what I'm talking about, because they really innovated the movement system in a way that is different from the past Call of Duties. I want to see if I can pull up an example, because I think this is one of the things that's better to see rather than hearing it. Because if you hear it, obviously, like listening to myself, I'm like, well, of course you can go in any direction. It's Black Ops 6. But I'm trying to see. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, this one perfectly shows it. Okay, so watch this video from Charlie Intel. Kind of showcases how the movement is going to be. Hopefully it's not too loud.
Movement has been a consistent area of focus and innovation for Call of Duty. And with Black Ops...
Alright, so yeah, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But here's the explanation of the Black Ops 6 movement compared to other Call of Duties.
Movement has been a consistent area of focus and innovation for Call of Duty. And with Black Ops 6, we're redefining movement across the entire game. For the first time ever, players can sprint in any direction and move like a true Black Ops action hero with an entirely new global...
And then they show you the difference between the past Call of Duty games and the Black Ops 6 movement. And you can see the side-by-side comparison right here.
System we call Omni movement.
Play that again for y'all just in case you didn't see it. Let me see.
Action hero with an entirely new global system we call Omni movement.
I think that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but sometimes when you go side to side, it feels just better if you can run to the side and shoot instead of having to run to the side and turn directly in that direction. So that's why I said it's easier to see it than explain it verbally. So anyways, let's get back to the video. So yeah, the movement was the biggest thing. And then of course the story, which a lot of people acknowledge that Black Ops storyline is one of the better, if not the best, continuing storyline in the Call of Duty franchise. So for them to even go further on that, and to kind of talk about some other things as far as, I don't know. Okay, so it's not a spoiler because the developer doesn't want people to come into the game thinking this. So as far as Alex Mason and Jason Hudson being alive, that is false. The developer came out and said Alex Mason and Jason Hudson are confirmed dead, continuing the Black Ops 2 storyline. A lot of people was trying to bring up conspiracy theories and things of that nature and talk about how they could still be alive. And the developers didn't want to get people's hopes up, so they came out and said that. So I don't think I'm spoiling anything because the developers came out and said themselves. So anyways, what else? Oh, the size of the game. Black Ops 6 was reported to be 300 gigabytes, but it won't be 300 gigabytes. I don't even know where that came from. The original estimate included installations of multiple Call of Duty titles and language packs, but is not representative of the Black Ops 6 main game. The exact size for Black Ops 6 will be revealed closer to launch, but they already confirmed it will be significantly smaller than initially people reported. Which is interesting, because why not just come out and say the number? But I guess if you're still patching the game or whatever and fixing certain bugs, you don't know how big it's going to be. But they said it's going to be nowhere near 300 gigabytes, which would be, I'm not going to lie, 300 gigabytes, that's a little insane. But for Call of Duty, only reason they're able to get away with that is simply for the fact that they've been the most popular game for the longest. Like, people talk about Fortnite's run in the past 5 to 10 years. Call of Duty has had that run and then some, as far as continuing to have dominance in the top 3 to 5. People talk about Call of Duty killer. I think Fortnite was the closest to that, as far as just capturing that type of feel of continuously wanting to get on a game. And of course you have your Dota 2s, but that's mostly on Steam. I mean, as far as PlayStation and Xbox, sports, Call of Duty, Fortnite is usually at the top. And for Xbox players specifically, you have Minecraft and GTA 5. They play a lot. So anyways, I'm just talking about the top games on each specific platform. So the bundles, the cross-gen bundle is $70. Of course, includes the open beta access. Did I talk about that yet? I think the open beta access is, when is the open beta access? I think it may say it in the trailer, but if it says in the trailer, alrighty. Well, I don't know when the open beta is. I do know that the game comes out in October 25th to be exact. As far as the beta, I have no idea. I would say soon. I mean, they showed it. It was the Xbox game showcase, so I'm not going to say necessarily it'll come out in the summer, but I would guess the open beta will be, happening soon. So if you want access to that, then definitely pre-order the cross-gen bundle, which cross-gen, PlayStation, Xbox, that hopefully is self-explanatory. And then it has the Woods Operators Pack and a Black Ops 6 Vault Edition, which is $100. Goodness gracious. Includes everything in the cross-gen bundle. Hunters versus Hunted Operator Pack, Master Craft Collection, Black Cell, Gobblegum Pack. Talk about let me chill. Alright, so yeah, the Gobblegum Pack. And then, let me see, open beta access through pre-orders, or, and this is a big thing, or Xbox Game Pass subscription. So it's really paying off to have an Xbox right now if you're a Call of Duty fanboy, because you don't have to pre-order to have access. Well, I think you may have to. Open beta access through pre-order. Yeah, you don't have to pre-order to have access to the open beta for Call of Duty, for Black Ops 6. You just have to be an Xbox Game Pass subscriber. That is huge as far as like monetary reasons. So anyways, what else? The exact size, I think I talked about that. I mean, multiplayer, come on now. If you don't know what's going to happen in a multiplayer for Call of Duty, then hey, what are we even talking about? They did say, one of the things to note, the Prestige system is returning with 10 levels and a Prestige Master with 1,000 levels. And then players can fully customize their HUD. I don't know what that means. I think that's like normal. Anyways, yeah, that's basically it. So anyways, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Let's get into the trailer right now.
The Soviet Union is no more. Despite a potential for instability and chaos, these events clearly serve our national interest. Free from the the specter of global conflict.
Today we celebrate the mystery of American renewal.
Something's going on. Something big.
I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter.
I figured if I stuck around hell long enough, I'd see the devil.
How's he look?
I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter.
The agency is compromised. We're being hunted from the inside.
You're the fire starter, twisted fire starter.
You don't have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be better if you do.
Hey, it's something you should see.
Hold up now, was that Frank?
What the hell are we
doing? You don't have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be better if you do.
Hey.
Hey, that man washed up, ain't he? That's crazy. Those are the type of people that's going to be showing up at the Kendrick concert June 19th. You know what I'm saying? Just all type of Crips in there. But anyways, let's keep going.
You should see.
What the hell are we getting into? Don't trust anyone.
To a CIA black site. Are you out of your mind?
Things got complicated.
I ain't gonna lie, that's fire right there.
Continue to bless the United States of America.
Pre-order the Vault Edition and get the Hunter.
And then this right here on the right, that's what I'm waiting for. I don't know about y'all, but I got into Black Ops because of the zombies. Not all the multiplayer, single player stuff. I got into it because of the zombies. That's what really and captivated me, honestly. So as far as the zombies, of course, it's returning to its roots because it's, you know, developed by Treyarch and they already know how to do zombies the best. So no longer is the open world aspect of fighting zombies in Call of Duty. It's back to the arcade style, round based setting, right? And is going off of the Dark Ether storyline. So as far as maps, we have, as far as announced maps, we have Terminus set in a stormy remote island, Black Site. We have Libertary Falls set in a 1990s era small town in West Virginia. And then it includes playable characters from previous games and new ones. And of course the features consist of Gobblegum's return along with wonder weapons perks, traps, and it says new gameplay innovations. I already know one of them that they showed in the extended showcase as far as the gameplay is the movement. The movement's going to be the same in multiplayer, single player than it is in zombies, which, you know, makes sense. But, you know, sometimes they take out certain things in the movement to make the zombies more, to make the zombies mode more ground-based and level. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we've ever had, like, swimming or, well, yeah, we had swimming on one of those, the green map. I forget what it was called. Anyways, as far as like running on walls, you know, using jetpacks is really, it's not going to work with the zombies mode. So they limit the movement in that aspect. But as far as the new innovative movement system for Black Ops 6, it's also going to be in the zombies mode, which that's what I'm excited for. So not going to lie, definitely excited for Call of Duty. One of the few times I'm actually excited for a Call of Duty release because Black Ops is just so exceptional as far as quality level. And I feel like they really take their time with Black Ops, and not to discredit any of the other titles, but I just feel like those are more of just serviceable until Black Ops 6 comes and sets the bar once again, you know. But hey, only time will tell. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Call of Duty Black Ops 6 that's set to release October 25th, once again on all platforms? And what are you most looking forward to in Black Ops 6? Is it the multiplayer, single player, or the zombies mode? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle. Now, if y'all thought the Drake versus Kendrick beef was at a high, well, let me tell you something. In recent news of Spotify raising their prices in the US for the second time in just 1 year, the Spotify Premium Individual plan is increasing from $10.99 to $11.99 per month, with the Premium Family plan going from $16.99 to $19.99 per month. That is not the focal point of this segment. Let me tell you, when people want to be petty and is on a global scale, funded by millions, if not, definitely billions of dollars as far as the corporation Spotify and Apple are considered. The biggest thing about this segment is that Spotify has launched an entire campaign just based off being petty. And why am I saying that? Because one of the things about Spotify is that they will take it to the court and they will put out campaigns in the sense of just being petty. Because, of course, in recent news, based off of the info that I've been getting from just, reading and stuff, U.S. antitrust lawsuit is reportedly targeting Apple because of the 16 states that have filed an antitrust lawsuit against Apple for allegedly maintaining an illegal monopoly. Sound familiar? I mean, Epic Games, the creator of Fortnite, once tried to do that. Guess what? They failed. Spotify is trying to do it. Not going to say I'm biased towards Spotify, but let's just say y'all know where my bread is buttered. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm going to say is they have a tall task ahead of them. But anyways, for the people over at Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, you're probably wondering about this image. And let me just take away the suspense. So let me zoom in right quick. And what do we have here? A whole statement by Spotify. Basically is the focal message from their campaign, the censorship campaign, created to highlight Apple's restrictive practices against app developers. So Spotify said, what exactly is going on? Well, Apple stops us and others from showing you our full deals in our apps unless we pay to use Apple's in-app payment system, which we believe is anti-competitive and ends up costing you some great offers. But hang in there, because we're doing our best to change this. That means you'd see more great details like this delivered straight to your app. Simple. So anyways, that's a statement from Spotify. And of course, they say to stay updated, go to timetoplayfair.com/DMCC. So timetoplayfair.com/DMCC. And then that is the message following this campaign of 3 months premium, Spotify premium, stuff like that. It's like crossing out, basically to tell you that Apple restricts them from actually going into detail. I already read off the message. Y'all get what I'm saying. So the objective is basically to inform users about Apple's restrictions that prevents developers from promoting deals and offering deals within their apps, within Apple apps, unless they use the Apple's in-app payment system. Once again, what does this remind you of? Epic Games, the creators of Fortnite, going at Apple. Now, technically, I'm not saying that tech companies are one of the more monopolistic? Anyways, one of the more monopoly-based franchises that we have, because technically a monopoly is supposed to be illegal, right? But I would say that tech companies are the farthest in pushing the boundaries of what and what is not a monopoly. That's what I would say. So overall, this campaign is going to be interesting for Spotify to get the U.S. court involved, because seemingly they've already been involved as far as targeting Apple for other states that have filed antitrust lawsuits against Apple for the same reasons, favoring its own apps over competitors, blocking cloud gaming apps and competitors from iMessage compatibility, restricting devices like Tile competing with AirTag. I mean, just so much stuff going on in the Apple ecosystem, to where now, when you look at it from a totality standpoint, one could argue that Apple is practicing monopoly tactics. Let's just say that. So anyways, that's the biggest thing you need to know about this. The Spotify versus Apple will never end. I mean, just on a very minuscule level. I mean, people talk about what is the better music app, Spotify or Apple. So that's the type of conversations people are having. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's really bigger fish to fry, as too many companies, powerful companies, who you think aren't hurting for a dollar, have came out and said that Apple needs to stop with the restrictions and effort to promote their own products. And if you think about the ecosystem that Apple has built, especially with the invention of the iPhone, one could say that they have worked themselves into that position. But then one could ask yourself, or one can ask themselves, where does it stop? Like, where does it end? As far as the legal and regulatory actions, what can be effective in trying to maintain fair competitive practices? Because too many companies have came out and said that Apple is just simply an illegal monopoly. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think are the global implications of all of these companies and states coming at Apple for antitrust laws? And do you think anything will change because of it? I mean, just imagine the seriousness of a lawsuit of this magnitude and everybody run into the comments to say, you're out here diddy bopping too? I mean, come on now. At the end of the day, when you look at it, somebody has to call these people out because people just go to straight up comedic takes whenever serious lawsuits like this drop. Because, of course, you have to take it serious until it's proven to be false, right? What am I talking about? So The Dream, which, if you don't know who The Dream is, I mean, if you know who Beyonce is, you know who The Dream is. Just one of the more notorious writers in the background you've ever heard of or unheard of, you know what I mean? Because, pun intended, he has a dream-like job. If there was a job to just gain the salary for just writing for somebody, then sign me up. Because one of the things that I see nowadays is that ghostwriters, I'm not going to say are unappreciative, because obviously you would like to be credited for your work. But as far as, let me see, The Dream, I think as far as the artist, writing, not even I think, he's definitely made way more writing for people than he has like on his own. So when it comes to, it's showing me like actual dreams. That's crazy. All right. So anyways, The Dream has a lot of writing credits, right? From the lens of Beyonce. That's really all you need to know. He writes mostly for Beyonce. He's basically Beyonce's right-hand man when it comes to writing lyrics for her. So a lawsuit of this magnitude is very serious. And I mean, I might as well just get into it now. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want people like to target her or whatever. But the biggest allegations are sex trafficking, sexual battery, and rape. So obviously it's pretty serious. The alleged incident occurred in 2014, and the alleged victim, you're going to hear a lot of allegedly, I ain't trying to get sued, alleged that the dream lured her into an abusive and manipulative relationship under the pretense of a legitimate recording contract. So already we're falling into familiar territory when it comes to the hip hop industry. Because, I mean, as far as the amount of stories I've heard of just wanting to invite a certain woman for their talent and then other things occurring has been numerous. I mean, the hip hop industry is based. I'm not even going to say the hip hop industry, the music industry. I mean, producers, from what I've heard, do this on a routine basis. Like, yeah, baby girl, come through. We're going to make you a star. We're going to make you a hit. Whole time they trying to hit. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, The Dream. I'm still trying to look up his biggest songs. I ain't gonna lie to you. 'Cause I'm trying to put in perspective how big The Dream is if he has to stop. I mean, the way he writes, he can still do what he does in the background because he's still doing that. Oh, okay, finally. All right, so some of the biggest stuff that The Dream has written, which will surprise most people, is Umbrella by Rihanna and Jay-Z, Single Ladies. Yes, for all the Beyonce fans out there, there's a reason why when it comes to writing, Beyonce's never brought up into the conversation. And Rihanna, I don't want to leave them out. Single Ladies by Beyonce. Ride by Sierra. Like, think about this. Bed by Jay Holiday. Think about that. And Love on Top by Beyonce. And that's just the top five. You know what I mean? We could keep going. Hey, what Kendrick say? I could go even further, I promise. But anyways, we're going to stick to that. So this is, as far as the lawsuit, is pretty serious as far as the person they're attaching to this lawsuit. And if she does have legitimate evidence of the alleged occurrence, The Dream needs to face justice. That is my personal statement on this claim. Because the whole specifics of it is very interesting, as she's saying a lot of things as far as dark room, locked in, things of that nature that seemingly means that she doesn't have any evidence. I'm not saying she's telling, lies out here or tales. I'm just saying that seemingly is showcasing that she doesn't have any evidence. But to keep in mind, something to keep in mind is that the law firm that's representing this alleged victim is also representing the same firm that is handling the Cassie Ventura case against Sean Diddy Combs. So, on the other hand, why would a law firm that obviously has some credence when it came to Cassie's case with Diddy pick up a case like this if it was completely false? So, I'm playing devil's advocate for both sides. I don't want anybody thinking I'm choosing either side, because obviously only the court of law and the evidence each person presents will lead to the outcome. But as far as the impact for The Dream, what he does is really behind the scenes, right? And the hip hop industry is fickle, meaning that we allow anybody to come in. I mean, there was whole tapes being made by R. Kelly and other people that people have seen, but nobody really wanted to speak up against R. Kelly until the tapes with the underage came out. That's something to keep in mind. People thought Kendrick was just rapping when he was calling Drake a pedophile. Really, he was trying to put a light on something that people wasn't ready to talk about. So that's why it's all on Drake, because the real conversation is hip hop as a whole. And that's why Kendrick said, let me just look it up. I think it was Euphoria. he said there was like some. Let me see if I can find it first, because I want to look it up for y'all. Okay, it's not Euphoria. Maybe it was Not Like Us. What was after Euphoria? Was it Meet the Grams, 616 in LA? It has to be Not Like Us. Yeah, it's not that. I forgot which track. Goodness, so many tracks drop in the midst of this beef. Kendrick, Meet the Grams. It's one of these. I'm gonna find it because Kendrick basically touched on it. I just want to, point out the hypocrisy of how people. I mean, do y'all not find it funny? Oh, not funny. Y'all not find it interesting how Diddy had all those allegations and people only focus on him being gay? I mean, the hip hop community is, you know what I mean? It's a little off. You know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Okay, so yeah, it was Meet the Grams. I've been in this industry for 12 years. This is Kendrick, remind you. This is him. This is Kendrick Lamar, the greatest rapper of our generation, talking from his perspective. He said, I've been in this industry 12 years. I'm going to tell y'all one little secret. There's some weird expletive going on, and some of these artists be here to police it. They be streamlining victims all inside of their home and calling them tender. Then leak videos of themselves to push their agendas. I'm just saying, Kendrick laid it out, but people want to just focus on Drake. It's really a broader conversation Kendrick was trying to have, but people don't want to have it. So, I'm just going to leave you with that. You know what I'm saying? As a serious lawsuit like this, I feel like other serious stuff needs to be attached along with it. And if we're going to have a real conversation, I might as well bring it up and start it. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the lawsuit that the Dream is facing? And what do you think will be the ultimate outcome based on all of these allegations?
Hey, what's up with the machine, though?
That's for my receipts.
Receipts?
Yeah, I hear all the hate.
Yo, Ant, Carmelo said, are you committed to really going out there and being the face of the league? Because they throwing that term around too loosely.
Okay.
Cameron said, to me, he's an all-star, but not a superstar yet.
Buddy.
It is what it ain't.
What else they say, Slick?
The most overrated athlete. Oh, this is a good one. Does he really love the game? He doesn't look like he's even in a good enough shape.
He's just wrong.
I'm noticing he complains a bit. What happened to the next American prodigy? Kevin Wild said, I ain't trying to rub it in, but they saying this the furthest y'all gonna get.
This only the beginning, because I'm not who they think I am. I'm better. Believe that.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where and when Cameron had enough. But then he came out to address the direct shots at him via Adidas commercial. Basically having his own, isn't it great to have your own platform to just come out and just say what you want? You know what I'm saying? So Cameron came out and basically showcased why you should probably pick another name if you want to diss them, as we've seen time and time again with Cameron. You really should not go at Cam in any scenario. Been around since the 90s, in the crucible of certain hip-hop beefs, and he's still standing today with a popular podcast. But anyways, let's hear him talk about the scenario.
Former #1 tennis player Anna Ivanovic retired from tennis at the age of 29 due to injuries. Is it a curse? Is it a coincidence? Is it a pattern? Let's talk about it.
So basically, that was Cameron being petty with how people who wear Adidas shoes gets hurt. And of course, he started with D Rose, and it went on to name other athletes who wore Adidas shoes. And here's Cameron explaining it himself.
Now, Adidas, this could go on because what I did do was reach out to Kevin Ware. For people that don't know who Kevin Ware is.
I'm not gonna lie. The first time, I just got paused. First time I heard Cameron, his voice threw me off. I don't know if it happened with everybody else, but I'm not saying I never heard a voice like that, but I didn't know if he had to clear his throat. I didn't know if he was in a cold. You know, I didn't know if he had a cold, a little congested. I didn't know what it was. You know what I'm saying? But his voice just threw me off. Anyways, let's keep back to it.
That's the guy at Louisville whose leg actually, his bone came through his skin. He's wearing Adidas socks, Adidas sneakers, and everything else. So I'm reaching out to him, and we're getting ready to do the Kevin Ware documentary. It's not locked in. I got resources in my team reaching out. So we're gonna work on that this week. But that's my goal this week. We're gonna do the Kevin Ware documentary. Then I'm gonna reach out to Kevin Garnett.
Like, just listen to this man and his goals in life as a grown man. Like, this is why you should never go at old people who got time, because this is what happens.
And everybody else that we just saw get hurt. And we're going to put the Adidas, why do players and athletes get hurt? Because it's not just basketball. It's not just football. It's soccer. It's tennis. And the list goes on for different sports. So we're going to start the hashtag Pray for Ant-Man. But Adidas, let's do it. I'm excited.
So anyways, that is the premise of Cameron versus Anthony Edwards. And of course, why do I have Diddy up here? Hold up. I'm not even trying to be funny. I think that was from the last one. So, of course, when it comes to Cameron, let me just try to find a Cameron picture right quick. Actually, let me just go to his Instagram. Give him a little promo. You know, at the end of the day, he is Cam. You know, he made wearing pink a little acceptable in the age where hip hop was just letting the F word fly religiously. And I ain't talking about that F word. So anyways, let me see. Yeah, I don't know why he always doing the brushing his hair stuff, but I guess he's just a cool person. You know what I'm saying? I guess he's just one of those where the old heads want to be like Cam, and he's always been the coolest. And yeah, man, I don't know, man. Hold up, where's the video where he was rapping? Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, let's just leave it on this. All right, so I was going to play the freestyle he had, but I don't know if it's copyrighted. I ain't trying to figure it out. So, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to find out. You know, mess around, find out it's copyrighted. So, basically, Adidas released a commercial featuring Anthony Edwards, you know, the guy who just got sent home by my favorite player. And, which is Kyrie Irving. You know what I mean? Just to clear that up. Basically, respond to a lot of people. Y'all just heard the commercial yourself at the beginning. He basically said F Cameron, you know, when he said expletive buddy, because he was responding to Cameron's comment. And as you heard, Cameron just recapped how he felt about Adidas, because honestly, if Cameron went at Anthony Edwards, I think it would be a little unfortunate, because why in the world would you target a 20-year-old kid and not act your age? People forget Anthony Edwards is still super young. Like, I think in some people's minds, they get to a certain point where they look at athletes as superhuman, but they forget their kids, right? It's like the superhuman comes with them aging them up by 20 to 30 years, so they have to act a certain way. Technically, these are just people, well, these are people who just exited their teenage years. Think about that. 1 year after your teenage year, and now you're getting brand deals and commercial inquiries from the likes of Adidas. So I like how Cameron focused most of his attention on Adidas, because technically Anthony Edwards has so much life to just evolve as a man that I don't think putting the cusp of your diss on him is needed. So, and we all know how far Cameron can take it. I mean, if one thing showed us when him and Melissa Ford from the Joe Budden podcast had their bout, is the lengths he's willing to take it to go and prove his point. Let's just leave it at that. So that's the basis of this. Not really too much. I just wanted to cover it. I mean, I just think it's funny because Cameron, I don't get to talk about Cameron too often unless he's like talking over a Jermaine Cole album. So I thought it'd be cool to touch on this. Talk about how Anthony Edwards got sent home by my favorite player. That's really what I wanted to segue into. I mean, talk about getting sliced up. I mean, he started to guard Luka because he had enough of Kyrie, and even Luka gave him buckets. I mean, just overall terrible matchup. And I would speak on the Boston Mavericks series, but let's just not do that, right? Let's just not do that. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Cameron versus Adidas, and also slightly Anthony Edwards? And what is your takeaway from this whole back and forth?
You said that Biggie had showed you a contract that he was going to sign with another label after this next album?
Yeah, Big had a contract, and what happened was when me and Puff rode on the plane coming back down there, Puff gave me his briefcase and everything like that. Like, yo, here, like, me carry this shit. Say, all right, motherfucker, I got 5 hours, 6 hours on this thing. Let me see what's in the briefcase. And I seen Big contract, and it was talking about, well, you get $250,000, for signing. You're going to get another $250,000 if the thing go gold. Then you're going to get this much and you're going to get that much. And then at the end of the contract, I was skimming through it. At the end of the contract said, we're going to discuss about you getting your publishing and your marketing back. Right. So I was asking Big's questions about that because I didn't know what publishing was. I didn't know what marketing was. And Big was showing me a contract because I was saying to Big, Big was like, yo, Gene, I like you. I would take you with me, bruh, but you love that nigga too much. I said, love that nigga too much? What the fuck you mean I love a nigga too much? He said, yeah, you love him too much, bruh. I would.
All right. So, of course, that was Gene Deal talking about how Biggie was potentially going to depart from Bad Boy Records. And I have a little bit more to dive, a little bit more details to give. Is, the podcast is called Notorious Mass Effect, based off Notorious B.I.G. So this news that came out that went even further into how Biggie was going to depart from Bad Boys, I just thought was beyond interesting, especially in these times with the whole Diddy lawsuit and him seemingly going to be indicted soon. And that's like soon. So with that being said, Notorious B.I.G. intended to leave Diddy's Bad Boy Records before his death in 1997. Of course, he was embroiled in legal battles with Diddy over publishing rights to his music. And Diddy was adamant about retaining these rights. Think about that. And how Diddy goes about certain power trips, right? Especially in today's age, with it being out there as far as what he would do to have certain power over certain people. So the tension rose, of course, and Diddy's actions post Biggie's death didn't lend itself to any more credence to the fact that he was trying to stay, as following Biggie's murder, Diddy capitalized on the shock, allegedly, for the success of Biggie's posthumous album, Life After Death, and he denied leave requests for mourning, focusing on promoting the album. Think about that. Biggie died. He denied leave requests for mourning, focus on promoting the album that he owned, technically, which is Biggie's Life After Death. Rolling Stone also put out a cover, and that was supposed to have a past picture of Biggie just commemorating and showcasing their condolences, but Diddy insisted on featuring himself, not Biggie. And the cover I'm talking about, for people, if you want to see it, go to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. But basically, this is the cover I'm talking about for people out there who are wondering why he has all of this memorabilia to Biggie. I'm not saying it was all an act. I'm just saying 99.999% of it seemingly was an act. And as a person who basically based the podcast off of honoring Notorious B.I.G., this is just disgusting. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I've heard that the music industry is a cutthroat business and makes money off of whether you're here or not because of the way the contracts are set up. But to promote an album like this in the midst of the alleged turmoil that y'all had, it just screams, I don't care about this man dying. It just blatantly screams that, because for you to be the owner of royalties and things of that nature when it comes to Biggie's posthumous album, Life After Death, it really just showcases how money hungry and power hungry you are to find this opportunity and try to capitalize off of it. Because Biggie was considering going to Rockefeller Records, and this is stuff you could look up. Gene Deal, who was around Tupac, around Notorious B.I.G., has story for days, is on Vlad, and Vlad is like on part like 30, 40. Like, he has multiple stories from Gene Deal, and it's like real stories at this point because it's coming to light. Like, people are going back to watch it. Like, over 2 years ago, people are coming back because it's making sense and adding up with some of the lawsuits as far as Cassie and other victims. But and then you have the Dame Dash interview, which, when did that come out? The Dame Dash interview, which was on Hip Hop Motivation. You just look up Dame Dash, Biggie plan to sign with Rockefeller. And this is not just some random person. This is Dame Dash, mind you, from his mouth himself, said that Biggie wanted to join Rockefeller Records, which would have significantly shifted the hip hop landscape, of course. And Biggie had a lucrative offer of $60 million on the table before his death, which included plans of leaving Bad Boy Records. So it's things like this that showcases how Diddy, in the midst of growing into one of the first black billionaires in the world, had a lot of behind the scenes actions that led to the demise of a lot of people. Let's just put it like that. Tupac is a person who's been attached to Diddy, and not in a good way. I'm just going to leave it like that. And one of the telling things about this whole expose of Diddy nowadays is when Notorious B.I.G.'s mom came out himself and basically expressed her disappointment and desire to confront Diddy over his actions and allegations against him. And that's just basically what I'm going to leave you with, because at the end of the day, Notorious B.I.G. versus Diddy, it's been rumors and information to come across, but it's never really been cemented like it has been in 2024. The demise of Diddy has happened in 2024 in a way that I don't think none of us seen coming. Because when you're a billionaire, people just assume that you've done some people wrong, but they never think it will come to light simply because how powerful you are. And I think, personally, it's me just speaking, I think the De Leon connection, him basically burning that bridge with one of the biggest liquor brands in the world, who had a subdivision brand with him via Ciroc. I think that is what led to the security veil being lifted from Diddy for this stuff to happen. Because I do believe there's a Illuminati. It's just people we actually know with all the money in the world. Like, it's not like you can't look up the top rich, the most rich people, what am I trying to say? The richest people in the world. It's not like it's just private information. You can look it up, just most people don't want to. So, people with money rule the world. I mean, it's a whole tape that we just seen in the public of Diddy publicly putting hands on a woman in a hotel with multiple camera angles, and guess what? He paid money for it to go away. So, anyways, that's basically it, man. As with my podcast title, I just feel like it's my due diligence to put insight into how Notorious B.I.G.'s professional struggles came about and leave you with that information to do of it what you will. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Notorious B.I.G. wanting to leave and planning to leave Bad Boy Records? And at the end of the day, what is the biggest standout to you when it comes to Notorious B.I.G. versus Diddy? So that's about it for episode 138, which is, of course, titled Summer Game Fest 2024, as we dived into game after game after game after game after... All right, you get it. So basically, if you're a gamer and you hear other people say there's no games to play, just know they not like us. So anyways, as far as the other topics, of course, because his episode covered a lot of different topics, starting off with the GOAT, with Drake allegedly owning a percentage of every single artist under Universal Music Group. And I broke down how that would come about and how that's gained even more validity after Larry Jackson had an interview with Joe Budden when he was straight up asked the question, and he basically gave us an answer, and you'll probably be interested to see which side he chose as far as yes or no. So with that being said, Universal Music Group, we went into that as they are the big dogs of the industry, and TikTok, just like every company in the music industry, had the bend the knee to basically conform to Universal Music Group's wants and needs. And they found themselves in a situation that made themselves realize that they are no different from a Spotify, from an Apple. At the end of the day, you have to bow down to the request of the big dog in the music industry, which is Universal Music Group. Then we got into the Kendrick Lamar tour because, honestly, sometimes you got to pop out in, you know what I'm saying? So, June 19th, one of the biggest shows in hip-hop history will be happening in the Kia Forum in Inglewood, Los Angeles. June 19th, I forget the time. I think it was 2-3 PT, but don't quote me on that. But it's around that time as far as PT, but I don't know if it's 2 or 3. But my hot take was Drake should pop out. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to pop out and, you know what I'm saying, just show up, wear a little Kendrick's Better t-shirt, make jokes, have your security on deck, because they would definitely, you know what I mean? They may try to, hey, let's just say in real life, it's not like a video game. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no retry button. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, and then we went into the Lego Pharrell Williams biopic, and one of the most creative decisions I've ever seen in life. Lego approached Pharrell Williams wanting to do a biopic using Lego animation. And when I tell you the trailer looks absolutely phenomenal, one of the more creative decisions I've ever seen when it came to making a biopic for someone. So also, I've heard behind the scenes, the Michael Jackson biopic may be the most profitable movie ever. So that's just a little tidbit. That's not even something I covered, but you know, it's just a little tidbit for y'all. Spotify. Oh no, I'm skipping around. Then we got into game after game after. All right, you get it. So we got to the Summer Games Festival 2024. Talked about some of the standouts from that festival, whereas the Killer Bean, Batman VR. I just wanted to rag on that game. That's why I highlighted it. And then, of course, we went into the Xbox Game Showcase. How massive of a W that was for the Game Pass, and just the amount of content you get as far as value for your dollar cannot be understated, because they went above and beyond when it comes to giving you quality for your $9.99 subscription or your $16.99 subscription if you want the premium edition. So at the end of the day, is every single game that they showcase will be $70 at launch, and you can have it day one on Game Pass. So technically, if you subscribe that month, I mean, you get more than your money's worth. So that being said, then we got into the standouts from the Xbox Game Showcase, which was the Doom reveal, Call of Duty, of course, can't forget Call of Duty. I mean, come on now. Why am I blanking on names? Oh, Gears of War, a lot of other games. It was too many games to name. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was just so many different games for Xbox Game Showcase that it'd just be hard to list them all out, because if you think about Call of Duty, they went through so much to even have that game on the Game Pass, as far as, the Federal Trade Commission trying to step in and calling them a monopoly tactic and maneuver, and they having to go around that to even make this possible to have Call of Duty on the Game Pass day one. So that's a big deal, because a lot of people thought they were just going to make it exclusive, but they ended up not doing that. So anyways, we covered that. So Call of Duty, Doom, more of the standouts from the Xbox Game Showcase, and of course Gears of War. And it's like more of a prequel. I think it was called like E-Day or something. But then we transitioned into another festival, yet another game fest in the same weekend. I mean, 3 and 4 days, that's insane. So we got into how the Summer Games Fest is definitely something to behold as, no, Ubisoft Forward, my fault. Ubisoft Forward 2024 is something to behold as Assassin's Creed Shadow and Star Wars Outlaws alone lets Ubisoft have their own conference like they did, because the in-depth gameplay that they showcased, because of course it was revealed at Xbox and the Summer Games Festival, but as far as the in-depth gameplay mechanics explained and revealed, Ubisoft showcased why they deserve to have their own conference. And then we showcase the standouts from that, as Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows seemingly was by far and away the standouts for the Ubisoft conference. And then we had a little transition into beef, as Spotify versus Apple is still one of the biggest battles in the industry, simply for the fact that every profitable billion-dollar, multi-billion, $100 billion corporation has a problem with Apple, simply for the fact that they seemingly have a monopoly on the market. So many antitrust lawsuits being filed from like 16 different states, from Spotify, from Epic Games. I mean, goodness, Apple got it coming from all directions. I mean, talk about Pride Month. Anyways, so Apple got a lot to handle, simply, got a lot to handle. Spotify versus Apple is a never-ending feud that it'll be interested to see what is the actual result of this. Then we transition into one of my favorite writers in the industry, which is The Dream, which, if you don't know, has written for all of the superstars in the world: Rihanna, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Sierra, just so many different superstars in the world he's written for. And his artistry and creativity knows no bound, because the amount of stuff he created just from his mind is a dream, pun intended, it's a dream-like job to have, just to get paid to write hits for people and have royalties off of that. One of those rare instances where somebody puts forth the effort to not be famous but still get compensated for his creativity. And that's beyond admirable. Anyways, getting into the next topic, a little on the nose, with Notorious B.I.G. versus Diddy, as of course the podcast is, named after him. As one of the biggest things about Notorious B.I.G. versus Diddy is the relationship seemingly was rocky, but never was dived into as far as the specific details on how rocky it was. And apparently Diddy was preparing to leave Bad Boy Records before his death. So I went into detail on that, talked about how Bad Boys versus Diddy, how Notorious B.I.G. versus Diddy was even more of what we thought it was behind the scenes, and it's not looking good for Diddy. Let's just put it like that. And then we ended with a little lighthearted beef with Cameron and Anthony Edwards, as I think the biggest thing with those two gentlemen is that Adidas is in the midst of it once again, pitting black men against each other. No, I'll just play. But no, I'm being serious. So Cameron went at Adidas, seeing the play from Adidas, trying to, you know, pull that beef strategy and athlete going at certain personalities. Because if you notice, Carmelo, Cameron, what does that cover? Black hip hop, black sports, black sports athlete, black sports, black hip hop rapper. Y'all tell me what culture that covers. And this is Adidas, mind you. No Skip Bayless, no. I mean, I guess Eminem hate would just be weird, right? But anyways, you know what I'm saying. Like, there's the other analysts and athletes that have criticized Anthony Edwards' game that are not of African descent. So for them to pinpoint those people was just interesting choice of people to pinpoint. And as far as names, because of course they start running them off at the end. But as far as the beginning of the commercial, you heard Carmelo Anthony and you heard Cameron, and you know why they did that. So yeah, Cameron definitely saw that and, you know, went directly at Adidas because he knew the type of play they was trying to run. And at the end of the day, that's just not something that should be happening. It's not nothing serious. It's just one of those where it could get exposed by somebody of Cameron's stature, which is why it got exposed. So that was basically it for episode 138, which is of course titled Summer Game Fest 2024, with the emphasis on, did Xbox Game Pass dominate? And that is for y'all to decide. But thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show, financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. And make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars or whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.